G'day, good evening, and good morning in the other part of the world. Tracy's here again, early. It's really that time already. Yeah, it is 2 minutes later, but you were here earlier. Bet on Roy versus Harry. Yes, that's an easy bet. You can do better than that, can't you? Try something a bit more challenging. Yes. God, where is everyone else? 3 people here. What happened to the crowd? Late notifications. God, I'll be spanking quite a few people I can see and sending them with the duster into the corner. DJ Projectors, good to see you. And Kate's here. Hello, Kate. 4, thanks. She even gives a number, You've been well trained by Mr. K, I see. And Lord Edward Yellow as well, I suspect. Yes, good. Good to see. Good to see. Dylan, always good, mate. Always good. Nah, how are you, mate? So, yes, we're in the early stage. There's 7 of us. Oh, great. Oh, hello, Kitty made an appearance. How are you? Hello, Kitty. So you've sorted out all your basically domestic duties, little cleaning ups and stuff like that, So you've got some free time to come on Uncle Harry's little show. I don't care who you are. Kate, you can identify as whatever you like. How many functions has taurine in the body? We can't count them. There's a book that I've got that's about that thick. If it was actually in print, not as a PDF, but in print, and it's countless. I could basically give up on every other issue, not even touch any other issue, and just have a channel just on taurine. And for the next how many years, I would not cover everything. That's how many functions it's got, both major functions and minor functions in the body. Basically, it's in every single cell. It's been part of eukaryotic cells for millions and millions of years. So it is fundamental to cell health and functioning. You take taurine away from the cell, it will die. Simple as that. And the body can't actually, this is probably another reason why you get accelerated senescence as you get older, because less taurine actually synthesis drops off the cliff after 65. And we notice that at about 70 onwards, most people become very frail and deteriorate very rapidly, like my dad did and many others. And at that stage, a lot of these people are in nursing homes. They don't consume enough meat anyway. They're on a sort of a near vegan or, fasting mimicking diet, and they're wasting away. And within a couple of years, they can't even get out of a seat or even to wipe their asses. They're so debilitated and frail and weak. All you need to do is just hand them some leucine and some taurine, and these people would not, even on their nutrient absolute garbage diet that they're on, with the taurine and the leucine in there, it would sort of slow down considerably their decline. And it's not that expensive to basically add something like that to fortify that into adult foods in those sort of things. It's not that expensive. These nursing homes are making hand over fist in terms of money. But unfortunately, without the knowledge out there, they can just give whatever they like, But actually, it's a problem for these as well because, these nursing homes don't realize that the more frail the members of the nursing home are, you actually need to employ more people to maintain those people, to wipe their asses and do all sorts of things. So because they become debilitated. So while they think they're saving in terms of the food, the excrement of food that they are actually delivering these people, on the other hand, they're actually adding more labor costs, because until they actually have robotic assisted, that can actually help the frail, lift them up and wipe their asses and all that, they still need humans to do all that sort of work to look after these older people. And you need more in terms to look after them because, simply put, they're more frail. So if you could actually have a cheap input like leucine and taurine, you could probably actually make these businesses a bit more profitable. So I think they're missing out on an opportunity, and also their clients a bit healthier as well. Anyway, I've had my little rant. I'll move on. G'day, Bert. Good to see you. No need to worry about Uncle Harry. Worry? What worry? God. I just need to focus on making sure this actually unfolds in the right order. Beyond that, God, you know me too well. So why do you even use those words with me, my dear? Yes, Steenie, good to see you, mate. And Annika, hi everybody. Just preparing coffee. I just had a coffee earlier. I knew you got your Sunday ritual. I know what you get up to. Yeah, I need a haircut. I know it's been growing like mad. I am getting a haircut next week. It's gone beyond a joke. So, yeah. I'm actually thinking of no longer using MSM for a while because it's just growing too fast, and I'm getting sick of actually having to fork out money and going and getting a haircut. So, need to slow down the hair. Good for you. Good for you. Alex, g'day, mate. How's it going? Doesn't matter. Whenever you can get on, you get on. We all have lives, so prioritize your life first and then the live stream. Anyway, Dylan, loads of people report they feel better on steak rather than ground beef. Never used to understand it, but makes sense considering taurine. Exactly. Yes, it does make sense because when you ground the beef and all that, you tend to lose a bit of the taurine in that regard. Yes. Yeah, that is true. Fluffy Rainbows, how are you? Good morning around the world, friends and Harry, sir. Thank you very much, madam. Yes, a wonderful lady. And Tracy, well, she's an interesting lady. We'll leave it at that. Amusing lady. She's a teaser. She loves to tease and loves to be teased. So yes, she comes to the right place, Yes. Put the rest hi fluffy rainbows, because just saying hi fluffy is a bit, people can construe all sorts of things. Well, I can anyway, but you know me, I do make those construing remarks. Anyway, move on. Tom, good to see you. Alex, my man, how are you? Good to see you, mate. How much taurine for my parents that are in their 80s? Unfortunately, they do not eat enough meat, and they keep the Lent. Do there now. I would say I'd put them on 4 grams, and I'd put them on. Remember the blood pressure thing. Got to be very careful with the blood pressure thing. But I would put them in the morning on 2 grams to get them going. Give them a bit of capacity to operate better. And then in the evening, I'd give them another 2 grams to improve their sleep and their muscle proteins. And I would definitely combine it with leucine. And I'd give them 3 grams in the morning, and I'd give them 3 grams in the evening, because you need 2.6 grams. So by combining that, they should basically improve their muscle protein synthesis, and they should improve a whole lot of other markers as well. It's the easiest way, leucine, taurine, it's done. It's sorted. A lot of things are re-regulated. A lot of things are sorted. A lot of deficiencies are sorted. Yeah, I just get a lot of people sorted in that regard, because usually at that age, pretty much after 65, you're declining rapidly in the ability to biosynthesize. And if you don't get enough methionine in, because methionine, cysteine both those convert eventually to taurine. And if you don't get much methionine and cysteine, which when people don't eat enough meat or very little meat, they pretty much don't get much. And that's a problem in itself. So the other thing that I would consider would be choline. If they're not eating eggs and stuff like that, probably a gram of choline a day. That will methylate away a lot of the homocysteine and sort of improve their general health as well. So that'd be probably the 3 supplements that I'd give them. And 1 gram choline, 4 grams taurine, and 6 grams of leucine. And the leucine and taurine split in half between the morning and between the evening. Now, leucine is a bit of one of those funny things. It doesn't actually combine very well with water. So if you're trying to put it in water and drink it, not going to work. If they can basically put it in a bit of cream or in a bit of yogurt, they probably won't consume cream, considering they don't consume a lot of meat. They probably have an aversion to those things. So if you encourage them to take it a bit with their first morning and use a bit of yogurt in the morning and a bit of yogurt in the evening to consume those powders, or you may be forced to take it into pill form. I don't like pill forms, because the reason for that is because people don't like consuming pills. It's a hassle. Trying to consume and then use water and all that is a hassle. It's easy to use a powder, throw it in the actual food, eat it. You don't have to think about it. It's a much easier thing. They got it right there in their kitchen. Little doot in the food, mix it, eat it. It's a much easier way to go. Yeah, these things are not easy. It's always a bit of a hassle when it comes to, how do you deal with people? Not easy. Yes. Hi, how are you? As steaks age and thus low in taurine and expensive, what's the optimal way to eat beef then? Buy a cheap cut and then grind it at home, or buy ground beef. I'll leave that up to people to do. The problem is with taurine in most commercial, unless you're getting like freshly slaughtered animals, expect something that's going to be hung in a meat locker. It's usually, these are hung sometimes for months, a couple of months, until they're getting moved around. If you've ever been in a meat locker, I have, you'll actually see a lot of the fluids are actually on the bottom where the meat is hung. So you will lose. You lose quite a number of different nutrients, but taurine is one of those things that, as the meat is there and sort of aging, you do lose some component of it. Then a lot of people overcook it, so that doesn't help. You actually see when you're actually basically, you've got tribal people, when they're cutting like Inuit, sort of cutting all this, and all the blood and the juices are in the water content of the animals in there. They use cups and they actually drink that. It's full of taurine. We don't do that because we don't actually slaughter or kill our animals. We've outsourced that, and by outsourcing that, yes, it is more efficient. It allows us to do other things, but at the end of the day, it actually means that when we're outsourcing it, that efficiency also removes a number of elements. So yeah, I mean, I'll leave it up to you. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to take it and then do it at home, or have a butcher do it, that's up to you what you want to do. Some people do that, and what they do is, and I've even done it myself, like I'll actually sprinkle into my patties, I'll sprinkle some taurine and mix it in. I work out the amount of the size and all that, and I know how much I sort of eat on a daily basis, and because everybody's going to be a different size. Other people are taller, bigger, like Sean Baker. They're going to consume far more. So I'll work out exactly sort of the proportions, and then I'll put that in, mix it, and I can have it as within the food itself, like that. Or you can just use it supplementally in water. I mean, I personally don't care how people actually do all that sort of stuff. I just tell them the dosages, and then they can work it out for themselves how they're going to go around doing it. People do it in different ways. That's fine. Sometimes people will actually do it in burgers like that, and in particular for their kids, because they know it's much more difficult to get it into children, especially when you want to just get a small amount, because they don't eat a lot of meat or stuff like that. They may have an aversion. Sometimes you want to use the powder, just basically put it into their yogurt to try and get, because animal meat, dairy products have got, especially cheeses, have got far more concentrated, and anything fermented does have far more concentrated. Something to do with the fermentation, the sort of change of the aminos that certain bacterial strains have an effect on. But that's I mean, Lukey was talking about some of that earlier, because he knows people in the actual pharmaceutical sort of, because being in the engineering profession himself, he's aware of some of these processes that are used to produce amino acids through certain strains of bacteria. He's trying to find out for me exactly which ones, so hopefully he can find out. That'd be interesting. Maybe we could use something like that in some sort of kefir probiotic or whatever, and then you could basically make your own sort of juiced taurine as well. So be interesting. We'll wait and see what he comes up with. But generally speaking, I would say that it's up to you which way you want to go about it. Knock yourself out. You can't help yourself, can you? You can't help yourself. Oops. Hold on. I didn't pick the audio. Oh God, useless. I'm useless. Audio. Taurine. 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 I thought the other one was better than I did earlier today. Was it? Oh, yeah, that was the 13th, exactly. Nah, that's probably slightly a bit more musical. Oh, good. Yes, Nathan. How do I fix heart palpitations on carnivore? Magnesium seems to do it for me, but maybe more salt. Taurine. Yep. Arrhythmias and all those sort of things get corrected with taurine. Sometimes it can be an issue with insufficient calcium, and calcium is better regulated with taurine. So it usually corrects it. So yeah, it gets it out of certain areas and puts it into the bloodstream. It actually increases the serum levels as they should be, and actually pushes your magnesium and potassium inside the cell and actually improves. And it will basically then regulate how much sodium should be in the bloodstream or not. So through the kidneys. So they'll either dump or recycle, depending on what its requirements are. So yes, taurine in the kidneys really do a fabulous job in osmotic regulation of fluids and electrolytes. So yep, it's probably your best thing. Look, and that's why eating more meat usually fixes an electrolyte issue. You know, so taking taurine definitely does. You know, it just sorts things out. The only issue with low serum calcium. That's if you're some people that I've actually said to them that you are doing it wrong is when I've said that I use in specific protocols, people should contact me before doing anything. They should have a CAC score and they should exactly know that they've got high actual deposits of calcium in their soft tissue. You do not take high doses of menaquinone 4 if you don't have that, because you can affect and cause derangements in your serum calcium. If you don't have any soft tissue calcification, you get more than enough from the diet in terms of, and there is, a lower dose you can take if you think you may not be getting enough. There is a lower dose of K2 you can actually get that can actually provide that stuff. So that's the low dose. I'll just put in the actual, that's the low dose you can get. You take 1 or 2 tablets of that. Usually you only need 1, and the rest you'll get from the diet. You don't need a lot. K2, the high doses and all that, is dependent on decalcification. And if you're going to do a decalcification protocol because you've got high CAC score, you see me with an email before you proceed. Okay, when I've talked about high dose of menaquinone 4, it's for specific stuff that decalcification. It's not for people that are, and if you're taking those sort of dosages, you better make sure that you're getting enough calcium in your diet and enough protein to pull calcium in. So you got to be careful on those things as well, because that's when if you've got that like tuk really, really heavy thumping, that usually means that you don't have enough serum calcium. So some people have been doing certain dosages of menaquinone 4 far too high for decalcification. Yes, we've talked about 45 milligrams, but that is for people that have got severe calcification like I had. I've dropped back quite a bit because I've reduced a lot of my calcification. So I've dropped back, so you go through stages and cycles, and you don't have to know what you're doing and how you cycle through those things. So you see me about those things before you start taking high doses of anything. Anyway, and that was the years. Barbers' lives matter. God almighty. Hey, I better be careful not saying that. My barber has a cutthroat. Do you want more MSM? You could come and get get it from me, Uncle Harry. No, I don't. I'm trying to cut back. I've got too much bloody hair. I'll become a hairy beast. Beastly Harry. Yes. The beast. Yes, from Tasmania. The devil. Yes. The Tassie devil. Help out, Roy. Folks, hit the like button. Oh yes, yeah. You got to look after Roy. He's a special person. He needs a bit of basically, a bit of poking. Hit that like button and poke the devil. Anyway, the Tassie devil, that is. Is there another substance that Eve came close to taurine in terms of the number of functions in the body? Ah, yes. DJ projectors. You will have to wait as the taurine story unfolds on this channel. Yes. Patience, my dear fellow, patience. Oh, yeah, creatine. Yeah, that's the other one. Very good. Good for reminding me. Creatine is another important one for energy. Yeah, Dad actually really loves taking 3 grams of creatine in the morning. It really boosts his energy throughout the day. So he really likes that. Yes. Yes. Good for reminding me. Yeah, I forgot about creatine. Yeah, very, very important. Yes. But as I said, I think I said last time, the first time I actually said it was that if there are 2 things that I would definitely put into their diet, it'd be leucine and taurine. It'd be definitely those. No, oh, sorry, no, I didn't say that. No, I said taurine and vitamin D. That's what I said. Because leucine, because taurine does help with transporting more aminos into the body. It does assist with muscle protein synthesis, and it also does is a myostatin inhibitor, which helps that. So yeah, if I was to combine, but the ultimate package would be those 4 substances: vitamin D, 5,000 IU, 3 grams of creatine, 4 grams split of taurine, 6 grams of leucine split. Yeah, that's how I do. Yeah, you gotta be reasonable with these things because you want to be able to get these people to actually do it. How else would I do it? I would actually combine it into. I'd work out the amounts that I wanted to give them, and I'd mix them all into one container, so it'd be all mixed together. So you just give them one specific amount of scoop to give them the exact equal sort of dosages of all these things. To make it as easy as possible by combining all these things. That's how I'd make a supplement, combining all these aminos in those proportionalities. So when you gave them the supplement, they got all these components in exactly those are right amounts, and then you just have to basically give them that. And the only thing that they have to take and swallow would be vitamin D, and that'd be it. And that would really make a big difference in that sort of population. Massive difference. Yes. So yeah. Anyway, you said that your teeth are so strong that now that you can even munch on bones. Yes, I can. How about your fillings? Are they not afraid to break them? No, actually, I haven't seen any. Usually, yeah, I haven't actually. You know, I don't. Yeah, haven't had any problems of that sort. So I got a few fillings, but not many. Most of those teeth that went bad, I got rid of them completely. But depends on the fillings, I suspect. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Yeah, interesting. I didn't think about that. I did have one filling pop out, and I had to get it sorted. Maybe that was basically the pressure on that filling because it seemed to basically there was more bone built and there was a sort of a narrowing. So yeah, interesting. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I should have just ignored the filling when it came out and just let the bone. I don't know. Whatever. It's still alive, so technically, I'm not eating anything inappropriate. Nothing's going to go in there. You'd think would it grow back possibly? Yeah. Sometimes you wonder about these things because it's not the normal bone. It's not like your normal tooth. Like, once somebody drills a hole and actually opens up a cavity and all that, there's potential for stuff to go in there. So that would be risky in a sense for infections and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's a hard one, these sort of things. I mean, as I said, we're not ancestral, Stefan. We're not ancestral. But, I've noticed that my teeth are really much stronger. I can crunch now, munch through bones, soft bones, that is, chickens and stuff like that with great ease. Just and even some other parts of certain, I can gnaw through, the gelatinous material of bones and stuff like that with great ease. I don't seem to have any pressure, effect or pain or anything like that. But at the same time, I mean, I don't think I'm going to get ancestral teeth ever. I mean, I have to be realistic. It's like some of those guys, you see some of these guys from, there was a couple of guys from some tribal group, and they just basically in their tooth, they just popped the, just bang popped the actual top of of a drink. Now, most people would just end up damaging part of their teeth completely. So that's how strong those teeth are, those ancestral teeth. Are mine at that level? Possibly not. Or they're probably closer than most people. So could they be better? I suspect so. But none of us are that ancestral. And that's the problem. So, and I don't know whether we could ever get to that level after all the damage and derangements we've had for a long time. Yes. Fluffy is preferred over fluffer. So true. Yes. I'll avoid answering any other way before I get myself into a lot of trouble. See, there's the thing. If I had a little Tasmanian devil mascot, I could basically just let it rip on the fluffer side, and then I wouldn't have to take responsibility. But cheap beef is goulash and roast and stew are certainly aged for a short time than steak, and so have more taurine left. Don't know. We just have general cuts of meat that we've actually identified with certain amounts. Specific cooking methods and combinations, and I mean, obviously, meat from different regions of the world is going to have different content. It's not going to be massive, but there will be differences. Obviously, there will be larger differences between those of fresh slaughtered animals compared to an animal that's hung up for quite some time. So there's going to be noticeable difference. So it really depends. There's other factors. Yes, I don't have that sort of nuanced information. I just, you need, all I can go is from the studies and what their numbers show, where they've done animal, cuts of meats and stuff like that. And they go, well, this cut of meat has this amount, that cut of meat has that amount in that, because even different cuts of meat within the animal have slightly different variations. So it's, can have differences. And even like, for instance, I'll give you an example, even dairy products. Milk is from goats is 11 times more than cow, 12 times more with buffalo. And the actual, even though goat is 11 times more than cow milk, in the hard cheese, because of the fermentation and somehow changing of some of these actual bacterial strains actually alter and produce certain types of aminos as well. It seems that basically the amount goes up by 8-fold. So in hard cheese, goat hard cheese, there's 8 times more per 100 grams. Obviously, that's more concentrated as well compared to than actual similar quantity of milk. So yeah, interesting. But even when you concentrate it, you still, you probably, yeah, it's going to have different in the way you do the different products. So I'll leave it at that, because I was surprised myself, because you usually those cheeses are hung up, fluids are lost, so you would lose a quantity of taurine. So it must be coming from the bacterial, and we do, and that was what even Lukey, because he knows people in that sort of industry and knows that they do use certain bacterial strains to produce certain types of amino acids, to sort of in fermented batch baths. So it's always going to be a complicated story. There's going to be variations and all sorts of things. Yeah. I did do a video where, this was about a year ago, that I did a critique on Chris Master John, and I actually was on and I covered some of this. I probably do need to do a comprehensive one. I've done a lot of things like fatty liver, about choline and all that. I probably need to do a comprehensive one on all the food sources of these things in a really accurate way. At some stage, not now, it's not a priority, but I will do something like that for iodine, for that, and just do the I do have a folder, I believe, with micronutrients, and then just do all the micronutrients and what you find exactly in which parts of and then people can sort of consider certain food combinations. Yep. Yes, consider something like that in the middle of the year. I'll do a series on those sort of specific sources and stuff like that to just clear up the key things. And it'll only be on things that really need to be targeted, and things that, not so much, drop by the wayside. Triple R, how are you, mate? Berg. Is that just a standard comment? Berg. Roy Lensing, you've got a spanking, my dear. What MK4D? I have some at home. You do? Good for you. I mean, problems. Nick, g'day. Problems getting satiated on animal foods. I guess that is related to a small volume of food I eat. Yes, I would say so. My stomach is not full enough to generate slightly signals. Can't be overcome. Usually people, when they look, I usually say that if people are basically, in particular, protein deficient or nutrient deficient, they usually have these sort of effects. I know Hello Kitty had that, and I kept on pestering her to eat more. Bart recently, and Pim and a couple of others had done some priming and really primed and really increased the intake. If you do that, your body will basically sort itself out, Nick. Sometimes a lot of people are very nutrient deficient. I sometimes put them on a bit higher dose of like 6 grams of 4 to 6 grams of taurine. And the reason I do that is because it's going to force more of that protein across into the protein pool. It's a protein transporter. It'll actually shuttle more into the system and encourage more to be sort of incorporated into the tissue. So it can improve things. But at the end of the day, a good idea is to sort of up your eating and forcing yourself. A lot of people have been, it's endemic. I think the last calculation was that most people are between 8% and 15% of protein. 15% of protein is basically, I consider, protein deficiency. So most people in the Western world now are between 8 and 15%. It is abysmally low. People in the past, 2/3 of their diet came in the 50s and 60s came from animal foods. They only had seasonal sugar that they could access. The majority of the year round was dairy and meat products and seafood products. They consumed back then 5 times more, and in the early part of the century, 10 times more seafood. You know, so we've consumed a lot in those sort of animal foods. We're not consuming enough, so you need more to get into your diet, and that will start settling and sorting things out. The other thing is, if you want to improve your stomach function, taurine, it does. I've done a video, Google my name and stomach, and you'll find a video, and it actually covers all that, how to improve your stomach function. Also, there's another one about stomach injury to sort that out. Anyway, let's move on. Hang on, Harry hasn't mentioned deuterium yet. Well, you just did. Well, Roy did. God, cheeky women. These cheeky women just think they can just basically, you know, I'll tell you, behave yourself. Cheeky women. Maybe more fresh local fish is the answer. Ah, yes, there's nothing like having some fresh fish. Actually, that's the thing I'm going to do tomorrow, actually, because it was Tuesday when I had fish last time. So I normally have twice a week or at least once. So tomorrow I'm going to have fish. Yes, going to have fish. Definitely. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, if your body doesn't want more, but I say to people that if you believe, I think there's a good value of doing a bit of a prime type thing for a period of time, just to basically get the body a bit better regulated, and then you can come off. You don't. We're not talking about long term. I mean, even the prime that Raymond actually recommends, about 2 weeks, is probably a good thing, for most people, and then cut back. So, but yeah, look, a lot of people's appetite tanks. Mine has, and I usually basically once a day. I can't eat more. I don't feel like more. And then sometimes I feel peckish in the afternoon and I'll have a snack, like a bit of yogurt or stuff like that. But normally, one meal will do it for me. It's a big meal usually, but still, yeah, my appetite isn't what it used to be. I used to basically scoff down far more food. So, which is probably not a bad thing. Nowadays, I'm just listening to my body. So I don't think you need to really worry about too much about nutrients and stuff like that. Our nutrient requirements go down considerably when we're on a carnivore diet. Requirements for certain nutrients go down considerably. The only thing that goes up is riboflavin, but we get plenty of it in the animal food. So I wouldn't worry too much, Kate. Sometimes if you sort of plateau, it may be a good thing, like to do the prime thing that people do, and then do like a high protein, more animal food in there, and sort of obviously with a bit of fat, and then that sort of thing, then you cut away like the old bodybuilders and then sort of lean out. So, which is what currently Bart is doing and a few others. So it does work. Bodybuilders have been doing it for years. So, give it a try. Not a problem. Good to hear. Yeah. And Harry, how much is a CAC score test? Depends where you get it done. I think in Australia, it used to be about 200. I think it's come down now a bit, but it's probably around the 200. It may be 150. it depends. Insurance company, how much are they going to pay for it? Some insurance companies pay for it, some don't. There's a whole lot of varied things. I haven't even checked recently to find out whether there's a Medicare out of pocket coverage for it. So you'd have to check with the Medicare site to see whether they have whether they will cover part of it, because they may be now doing that. I have no idea. I don't think you need a referral. The last time I checked, you didn't need a referral. So, yeah. But I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Now, could you get it at a medical centre? So could you get your GP to give it, and that means that you go to a medical centre and it's covered by Medicare? You could ask your GP and find out that information, or call the medical centre, anyone in your area that's got a CAC testing, and find out whether they do and whether it's Medicare covered, because then you can save yourself quite a bit of money. So I don't know. I haven't looked into it lately. When I did look at it, it was a couple of years back in the early days. So I haven't really looked, and I don't know. A lot of things have probably changed since then. So, and I'd already done another scan that the government does, which is a more invasive than even the CAC score, because they actually scan the entire heart and look at it as it's actually functioning. So they can actually see all the arteries, and whether it's a proper, more expensive scan. They can not only see the calcium, but they can actually see the blood perfusion, whether the blood is actually moving through the arteries. I mean, I've got normal blood perfusion again, so it's actually moving through with no problems, and there's no fibrosis. So I did a very detailed scan, but that's because it was recommended by my cardiologist. And so I didn't have to pay anything. It was just basically covered by Medicare because it was recommended by the cardiologist. But when it comes to a CAC score, CAC score is not going to tell you whether you've got soft plaque. And soft plaque can kill you more than actually hard plaque, if you've seen one of my recent videos covering that. So CAC score is not, if you've got more calcification, but you've got, you don't have any soft plaque, and you've basically got really good blood perfusion, then it's not really a problem. You're not going to, but if you've got low, you don't have zero, but you've got like 100, 200, 300, 400, and it's spotty, what is called spotty calcium, that means it's in a lot of unstable plaque. That's actually really dangerous, that stuff. Yeah, that's when you have to be really cut out all the indiscretions and go very hardcore to basically try and clear that out with low inflammation, much higher levels of taurine, to try and clear out all that sort of crap out of the soft tissue. And usually at that stage, I do not use metoclonone 4. I use a different strategy to try and actually reduce and clear and stabilize, and actually consume a bit more calcium to stabilize that area, so which actually increases the calcium slightly. And then I go to the removal stage once it's stable, and it's like, a sort of an injury. You don't basically pick it off, because it keeps on, getting, it's soft, you let it harden, you let it calcium go in there, you let it really harden, the collagen and calcium, it hardens and tights together. And then below that, it heals. And then the top just comes off. Well, that's the top that's going to be there. And that's when you use the metoclonones to sort of clear it all out once it's stable. So it depends. So you got to know, you got to, understand how the way you approach CAC is going to be, I have a different approach than other people, a very different approach. I believe in stable angina and then decalcification. It is the safest way, in my personal opinion. And soft plaquing, I've heard of people that have tried certain things and have had ruptures and have died. So, and some of the research on animal models also showed some similar stuff. So I wouldn't take that risk. So once you get some CAC score test, let me know, and I'll tell you which way to go about it. Just tested my vitamin D, and it showed 102 nanograms per milliliter. That's a bit high. I lowered it to 80 quickly in September. It was 54, and I took 10,000 IUs a day or since then. And yep, that's fine. That's good. You brought it back to 80. Yep. Even 102, nothing to really worry about. But, probably bringing it back to 80 is a better idea. What do you think of the most damaging top things? Oil, sugar, Randall sock activation, deuterium. Well, pretty much, that's a hard one. That's actually a hard one. It's interesting. Well, seed oil is high in deuterium, so you can't, and reactive oxygen, so deuterium, I don't think you can actually use deuterium in that list because the oils are very high in deuterium, so oils are going to be the worst. So even if you're not engaging the Randall cycle, you can still cause a lot of damage through the oils. And then you will lower your oxidative phosphorylation capacity, your ability to produce energy, and that will basically lower the gradient of Randall cycle activation. The combination of both, hard to say. I would still say that possibly just by a smidgen that oil deuterium is worse than sugar Randall cycle, because it's really what we're talking about. Randall cycle, we're talking about sugar Randall cycle. That's what we're talking about. Sugar, definitely not on its own in small amounts or whatever, irrelevant. You can't, if you're not engaging the Randall cycle, if you're on low fat and you're doing clearance, you're basically much better in, well, ultimately you'll end up with a lot of deficiencies and problems like the vegans do, but it's going to be healthier than basically the standard diet for a few years at least. But when it comes to the Randall cycle, that is an activation that actually happens due to having too much of the key energy substrates, oil, fat, and sugar at the same time. That will create systemic inflammation throughout the body. It will increase, but in the early stages, Randall cycle activation will basically store fat. So it's actually a good thing if you're lean and you're actually building up fat stores like we used to, until you actually hit the actual threshold where your fat cells can no longer grow or no longer store, then it becomes a big issue. So once you've got too much visceral fat, too much subcutaneous fat, and you've maxed out your storage capacity. But deuterium oil will do the damage way earlier than all that. So, yeah, I would say oil and slash deuterium is the worst. Then sugar Randall cycle. So that's how I would put it. And that's another reason why some people on ketogenic diets still have a lot of inflammation and problems, because of the oils they still keep in their diet. Yes, because there's still some people out there within the keto diet that still recommend oils. They do. And seed oils, we're not even talking olive oil here, actual canola, canola oil and stuff like that. I'm not kidding you. There's actually some academics that actually are still recommending it in the low carb community. Just go and check some of the sites. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So definitely strange. DC, good to see you, mate. Yes. Yes. I thought that that's what you said, that you basically needed more food. You were quite hungry. Yeah. That was what Hello Kitty's problem was, and I just told her to keep on eating more and more because she was protein deficiency, and to get some fat in there for energy, but actually until she becomes fat adapted, but get the protein in. She needed more protein to basically satisfy her protein deficiency. Most people, once they take away the sugar, the protein requirement seems the body starts craving, because ultimately what it's craving is protein. It needs protein for structural material to build tissue. If you've been deficient for a very long time, you will have the hunger. The hunger is protein related. So yeah, I thought that's what you said, Nick. Yep. Yes. Anyway, that's covered that. And that's what basically, and she had actually injured her wrist, and she's was on a low protein diet for many years. So now she's switched and she's much better. And it's pretty much, that's part of the reason. So yes, do get the protein in. Yeah, that's another thing. If you're you're too lean and you've got low, yeah, good one, Nay. Yes, that's another important point. You're not getting enough fat enough energy. You need the energy, obviously, if you're very lean. That could be a problem. Yes, it is nasty, DJ Projectors. Remember, seed oils have got 255 parts per million in terms of deuterium. The safe is 130. It's nearly double the safe zone. And sugar is 155. Sugar is basically 20 parts per million higher than the safe zone. This is double, nearly 100%, not 20%, but, or something like that. We're talking about double, 100%, in terms of, at that level, you have to remember how many enzymes are in the actual citrus, the Krebs cycle, in order to remove the deuterium and swap those isotopes with hydrogen isotopes for the generation of water. There's a rate limiting effect there. So if you overwhelm, there is no way in hell you're not going to get a certain level of deuterium that's going to end up in that water pool. And that water pool means that you're not going to have pure protons, but you'll have some neutrons. And when they get through the pumps, through the complexes, they're pumped through into that inner mitochondrial membrane area, and those little pockets where you get that proton gradient building up, that will move through those ATP synthase complex 5, and they will damage them. They will slow them down, and if there's too many neutrons, they will damage them. And once you actually lose mitochondrial function, you become more susceptible to disease. Most disease is driven by mitochondrial function, degeneration and reduction. You've got less energy. Doesn't matter how much fat you consume, and doesn't matter how much energy you put in, the best energy after that. If you've got severe mitochondrial damage, you cannot produce enough energy to fix things. It's really, what did I think I did to myself? I didn't have high blood sugar or anything like that. The reason why I ended up with cardiovascular disease is basically because I cooked everything, and I used to douse everything in seed oil because I was told that it was the healthiest thing. And that's what I consumed in vast amounts. And that's why I ended up in my mid-40s with a cardiovascular disease, even though my triglycerides were way lower than most people, average, and my blood sugars were lower than, they were in the upper normal range, and many other things seemed to be quite normal. Even a lot of the other biomarkers. So as my cardiologist said, "You're a 5% anomaly, Harry. You shouldn't be here. It doesn't make sense. You know, you don't have any of the markers of metabolic syndrome or anything like that." Yeah, one thing he didn't realize is that I was putting massive amounts of seed oil into my system, and those aldehydes and primary and secondary oxidative products were doing massive damage to my tissue and causing all sorts of damaging effects. Yes, that's a bit of a problem, you know. So yeah, good point. Gary, yeah, leptin is a key signaling molecule for that purpose. Yeah, and if your body fat's low, yeah, it will obviously play a role in, and ghrelin will go up as well to signify, oh, I'm hungry because I'm not getting enough energy. So yes, obviously, but we don't know whether it's a lack of energy and low body fat, because Nick hasn't told us that. Whether it is, he's just told us that basically. So I don't know where Nick's situation is. That's the problem. If you don't give me enough details, I'm guessing. Yes. Anyway. He's still too fat. He's still too fat. Yeah. So that's not it. Yeah. He doesn't have low body fat. He's still, yeah. So basically, you're probably not fat adapted, and you're probably also a combination of that. And this was the same problem that Hello Kitty was having. She was ravenously hungry, and her issue was she had a protein deficiency. And it's usually protein deficiency that, it gets masked by, because some of these anabolic pathways are pushed up and the signaling is deranged in somebody who's taking carbs. So it gets masked. Once you take away the carbs, your body starts going, I need building material. And that's when you get this ravenous hunger, because by eating more, you can actually get more. The body just thinks that if I eat more, eventually I will get more of the building materials. And so there's a bit of truth behind that, about the protein side. And once you get enough protein, this sort of like the guys are doing with a sort of priming and stuff like that, usually the body then gets, I don't need enough. I've got enough. I'm getting enough of this material. And it sometimes, I think for Hello Kitty, it took a couple of months to be able to get there to that level where she no longer had those big hungers anymore. Once she basically was eating steaks and constantly eating, she was having 3 meals a day, not 2 or 1 or whatever, 3 meals a day. And she was still, and I said, snack with more meat. And eventually it's all gone. It's, she's normalized. Things have improved. Her muscle tone has gone up. Her bone density has gone up. A lot of these things have gone up, and the body's going, I'm in a better state. So do you buy more? Bloody hell. You and my father are basically like MSM junkies, both of yous. That's all he asked. Today he actually said, I finished the other big container. And I said, Dad, what about this one? Oh, yeah, you brought that. I forgot about that one. I said, yeah, you've got one here. I'm ordering you another one. So don't worry, you'll have your supply. Yeah, he was worried about not having enough. He does thank you about that other stuff, because I was able to fill up his container from the stuff you gave me last time. So kept him happy and not hassling me for more MSM. Yes. So Dr. Kate Shanahan gives some tips like leaning forward on your belly for a couple of seconds so that your stomach thinks it's full. Okay, that's interesting, Angela. Angel, Angel, yeah. Okay, leaning forward. Okay, that's a new one. I haven't heard that. So You're basically leaning forward on your belly for a couple of seconds, and then your stomach thinks it's full. Okay. S I Yeah, interesting. I haven't heard that one before. Uh, for grounding, is it enough to stick one finger into the earth, or the bigger the area of the body touching the ground, the better? Um, I think there is some value of the more of the body will take up more rapidly more ions, negative ions from the ground. Um, but if you basically get a blanket and you've also got a sort of a finger in the earth and all that, at the end of the day, I'm any amount of grounding you can get will be a good thing. So basically, yes, I'd say anything, any grounding. Sometimes it's certain things are more convenient than others. Obviously, you can't wrap yourself in the whole body type thing, and when you're standing and walking around barefoot or with attachments that basically earth you, you can only get so much walking around. Obviously, you have to walk on grass. If you're in a city, you're going to be always walking on asphalt, which is less efficient in terms of grounding. Um, it's not like walking on soil or grass. And then, depending on the level of insulation in the home and stuff like that, it can be bare minimum. So the only other options you've really got is a blanket, earthing blanket, and also probably one of those wrist or leg type things which you can attach to an outlet. So while you're either working or while you're basically doing functions. So yeah, there are those options. That's about it in that regard. But as I said, the more the better. You know, it's not like you're going to sleep outside like a lot of our ancestors do, sleep in huts outside on the ground. So we live very different lives. Let's put it that way. Could eating different meat species in one meal be a problem for digestion and gut function? Nah, shouldn't be. Um, Not at all. It's usually when you combine it with plants and other things, they may change the capacity for digestion. They may have cause a problem. Yeah. So, Cantorian Hill damage is caused by celiac disease. Yes, me and Dad have it, but the reactions to gluten are much worse. Trying to help him heal. Yep, Cole. That can actually do, and also you can. Where is it? My list. Lactoferrin. Is he still doing? Yeah, knowing your father, he's probably still doing certain products that have got lectins in it, like gluten. Um, what he could do is this is what I use, which is a lactoferrin with colostrum. It's an option. It's expensive. There are cheaper lactoferrin. This is the one that I use, but there are cheaper ones with just lactoferrin in a lower dose. And if he's not doing too many cheats, it may be an option as a binder to deal with lectins in his diet that could be problematic. So that could help in that regard. In combination with taurine to help deal with that. Remember, I did that video just recently about the gut and about why does nobody watch my videos? That one was a recent one. What did I call it? So that was called What Metabolites Shape the Gut Microbiome? I just put their gut microbiome. That's the one that I did recently, and that goes into a lot of the stuff, Alex, that explains how inflammasome is regulated. And by regulating inflammasome, you can basically and actually preventing, because histamines and spermidine, which is used to grow, that's what causes SIBO, spermidine, that actually grows rapidly, too much, the actual certain bacterial strains, and then they actually move up through the actual small intestine, causing SIBO. Taurine eliminates that problem completely. It normalizes through inflammasome, so it actually fixes the gut through that mechanism. Also, by emulsifying bile, it actually makes sure the bile flows and clears out. So it works in all these, works in the stomach, works in the gut, works in the colon, works in all these tissue types to regulate all these parts of the gut to normalize things and sort out. It also even I did a recent video also that covered the tight junctions of the gut. Taurine sorts that out as well. So in combination with vitamin D, taurine and vitamin D play a massive role in improving gut function in general. Taurine plays the primary one, secondary vitamin D. Anyway, so yes, so definitely will help. It's raising animals for meat actually cheaper than farming wheat and rice and other plant shit. Yeah, it would be. It depends on how you're doing it. Especially now with the petrochemical costs going up, you definitely will get a better result. So, in that regard, a lot of talk again about hypovitaminosis A from too much liver, but I've heard any discussion about possible copper extent of it potentially. There could be issues there with imbalances if people are not consuming much, zinc and other important. And also, let's not forget that when it comes to copper, a lot of the ions, the metal ions, are regulated, um, you know, with taurine. Taurine plays a big role in regulating a lot of the ions in the body. So that's sort of the missing picture sometimes, because a lot of these people are basically doing what I call the keto diet with not enough protein, because they fear protein because of mTOR. They don't understand sort of the insulin to glucagon and how that tempers down, and actually physiologically you don't get this magnified effect of mTOR with just meat. It's engaging the Randall cycle, which causes this problems, or a balanced diet. Not that balanced, really. It's a Randall cycle disaster. But when it comes to hypervitaminosis, if your liver is in a very healthy state, your liver can store massive amounts. So when somebody tells me they've got hypervitaminosis, the first thing I ask is, what's been your past diet and what have you been doing with yourself? And usually I find out they have a lot of fibrosis and stuff like that especially if they've done like an ultrasound. And then I usually say, steer away from all that sort of stuff. Now I want you on high dose of taurine to sort out that fibrotic tissue. I could put them up to 10 grams or 14 grams for quite a few months to fix that. With choline, we're up to 2 grams to basically get all the fat out of the liver, which makes it easier to repair, the actual liver, and then things start working properly again. And then the storage capacity returns to normal, so you don't have this problem. So a lot of people talk about it, a lot of nonsense, but it depends on what state of their liver is, their body is, their general state, whether they can tolerate, then their genetics. Do their genetics require it more than, more retinol than some other people that may have easy conversion capacity of carotenoids, even from, like muscle meat has quite a bit of carotenoids as well. So, the requirement goes down if you've got good conversion capacity. But if you don't, like Irish and people like that, then it changes the thing. But then you can still have these problems with too much retinol in your blood because you've got too much fibrosis in your liver. So there's a lot of reasons. People need to basically go and get themselves, stop listening to crackpots, go and get yourself scanned by ultrasound, find out exactly what the state of your liver is. And if you've got problems, fix it. Fix the fibrosis. And the most effective ways is export the fat out with choline. I've done a video ages ago about choline being the thing that sorts out fatty liver disease. Choline, and basically the other thing that you need in the diet is taurine to fix the fibrosis, to break down the fibrotic tissue. And also what happens is when it breaks down the fibrotic tissue, taurine actually forces stem cell activation to sort of turn over that piece of cellular material in that location. So it's as I said, a Swiss Army knife for all sorts of things. So very, very important. Okay, Angel, it seems my SIBO is gone, but I still have large intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Okay, so that's actually come down, which is good. You're doing taurine, I suspect. Doc gave 2 probiotics. One is EURASIA Biogaia. Oh yeah, the one you suggested, exactly that one. Good to continue doing that. It can take a few months to settle down, but I've been telling you this. You saw my recent video, the one that I just put up, gut microbiome. Go and check that out. Angel. It's all about taurine and inflammasome. That's the one that I've been promising that I would do for some time, and I eventually got around doing it. That is the actual secret sauce. Basically, it's taurine. Taurine basically regulates inflammasome. Taurine basically, and through inflammasome, you basically suppress SIBO. You also suppress this overgrowth. You also basically sort out a lot of these derangements in the gut microbiome. You rebalance your gut microbiome because of taurine through the effects of AMPs, through interleukin 18, sort of upregulating AMPs, which then normalizes the gut microbiome. The gut microbiome needs taurine. And when you get taurine, it suppresses spermidine, which means that by suppressing that, you get less overgrowth, because that's what's driving overgrowth in your gut. Once you eliminate spermidine, you suppress it down to very low levels. You need a bit, but very low levels. You'll also suppress histamines down quite a bit, because they're all related. SIBO, overgrowth, derangements of the gut, all these are all related to a taurine or a meat deficiency. That's what it is. All these are related to a meat deficiency / taurine that basically fix this problem and usually normalize it. The only reason why we take the EURASIA is to basically suppress some of the pathogenics to accelerate the healing and the rebalancing. That's why we do it. And also they have an ability to basically reduce in the small intestine some of these pathogenics that have come up from the colon. That's the other reason for EURASIA. So it's really important. But the thing that accelerates, it's a combination of, but ultimately to keep your gut working properly, taurine is the secret, is the juice, is the the ancestral juice that basically humans always consumed before we deranged our gut microbiomes and our systems and all that with plants. Anyway, so yeah, so pretty much do check out that video and it will be way more clearer. What's your opinion on ground egg shells for calcium? I don't really have an opinion. I don't think it's harmful. I don't think it's a harmful thing. I don't think it's a harmful thing, but you know, I wouldn't waste my time. But if people can't tolerate dairy, yeah, it's an option. Yeah, for people can't, yep. Does it irritate the gut lining similar to fiber? For me, it feels a bit like this. Look, I've never tried it. I haven't researched it. I have no idea. I know a lot of people. I remember one person that was actually doing it. What they were doing is they were pulverizing it. So they were actually putting it in, you know, the sort of those little, what are they called? I forget them. You know, the ones that you actually pulverize spices in. The sort of the, oh freaking hell, mind block. That sort of little sort of pot where you grind the sort of one of those spice grinders or whatever they're called. You put the shells in there and you can grind them down to very fine amounts. Also, if you're an ex-vegan, you must have a blender, a really fine, high-quality blender. Well, that will blend it down to a sort of a dusty sort of thing. You could combine that very easily and consume it, and that would be less of a problem. But yeah, so that would be an option. But as I said, I have not researched it. I don't know enough about it and whether it has all the actual. Does it have the same ionic sort of structures that calcium from food has? Will it attach to the metalloproteins? Will it be uptaken properly? I got no idea. I've never looked into it, so I don't know. But yeah, look around, Google, find out whether somebody else has looked into it. It's never been one of those things that, you know, I've used dairy. Then I've recommended bone broths and stuff like that for other people that can't tolerate dairy. I've said, well, dude, bone broths, and from bone broths you're going to get calcium and many other minerals. Do it that way. So, but eggshells, no, I never looked into it. There's probably other people that have and probably do it, and maybe then have tested themselves to see what their serum levels are and all that, and things are fine. If they are, you know, who am I to say no to that? But yeah, I just don't know enough, mate. What is the nutritional value of freshwater fish? Depends on the freshwater fish. It can vary quite a bit. Some are slightly less than ruminants, and some are the same, and some are more. And it really depends on the fish itself. It's the same thing with fish in the ocean. When it comes to taurine, the ones in the ocean seem to have more taurine than the ones in the rivers, generally speaking. There are a couple that are not too bad in the rivers, but I have no idea why either. So don't ask me, because I don't know about that, the reasons for that. If I remember correctly, you recommended Metaflor to Zombie for when Ruteri gave her constipation. Yes, I did. What about Infantis? Speaking of probiotics, how does it fit into the gut healing? Well, that's one of the key ones in terms of having the same thing with Ruteri in suppressing pathogens and cleansing the small intestine. So you'll get those two that tend to be in that area and will actually cleanse out and knock out some of the others and lower the bacterial load in the small intestine quite a bit. So that's their role in that regard. Metaflor does seem to, I've used it before when I was constipated. This was many years back, and I used it and fixed that problem. So it does work. But yeah, and also it's pretty good for dysentery and all this sort of other things as well. So many other waterborne diseases. So you get a benefit, once it takes, and it is in a enteric capsule. So it has to be cool. So they send it to you in cool. You put it in the fridge. You can't leave it out. And then you basically take it until you basically populate, yes, your gut. So I did a video on that somewhere. If you Google Metaflora and Harry Serpanos, you'll find that video where I cover that a bit more comprehensively. DC. Thanks, Harry. I'm not worried too much about my appetite. I guess my body just doesn't need too much right now. Yeah, I tend to listen to my body, Kate. I don't try to overthink things. I used to. You'll end up like a, yeah, you'll end up chronically crazy. You'll go crazy. You'll be a hypochondriac. Am I getting enough? Just listen to your body. Eat when you're hungry, and it usually knows. If I do a bit more physical training or stuff like that, I get more peckish. I feel like more food. But if I don't, I've been sitting around all day, can't be bothered. So, and then I may have a small snack and, leave it at that. If you're struggling with calcium, then tiny sardines with bones and skin seem a good option. Yep, they do. They're pretty good. I do have a whole lot, quite a few. I actually use that as a bit of a snack. And I've got a whole bunch of them in a drawer up there as just one after the other. Probably got about, I've still got about 20 something, so I've got quite a few. So yeah, when I feel like a snack, I just get a tuna thing out, and it's all in water. There's no oils or whatever, and usually have one of those. So I know you're doing a video, but give us a teaser. No. I make the rules. Remember that, DC. If dairy isn't an option, oh, well, you've heard a few of the others suggesting sardines in a can, bone broth by me. So there are many options, so. And also there is the made by cow. This is one thing many people may not be aware of. So I don't know where you are, Alex, but if you're in Australia, there is a raw milk available. It's called Made by Cow, and I'll just turn that off for a sec. As you can see, they've got a lactose-free version. Oops. As you can see, this is the one I get because I really like the flavour of the Jersey cow flavour. It's really nice. Some people get this one. The Jersey one is also full cream as well. They're both full cream. This one's a full cream and that's a full cream. And so is this one. They're all full creams basically. But this one is basically, they call it easy to digest, lactose free. So they've actually removed the lactose out. So that's the device they put it in. They put the bottles in and they stick it into that device. So this is how it works. They get it from grass-fed animals, and then they actually drive it to this factory, and this factory then puts it into a big container. the shit when they bring it in, and then that then gets bottled. And the only one that actually gets processed slightly is the one that actually is the lactose free, where they use a process to bind the actual sugar molecules and remove them. So they probably sell the actual lactose as a fattening agent to agriculture. I wouldn't be surprised. And then basically they've got the lactose free. Then they put it all in the bottles, and then they put in the device, put under a tremendous pressure, and then basically they test the batch to make sure that there's no problems. Then they send it out. So it doesn't go through something like this, which is an industrial homogenizing and pasteurization process, which has a lot of different effects, completely a lot of different effects. So yes, I'll put that in the chat box, and you can actually search the stockists. Actually, I should have shown that. Shit. So if we go to the stockists up here, oops. Yep. So basically you can put your own suburb in here, or you can just put any number. Let's say if it's 3,000 for Melbourne as an example. Mine's and let's say you're in. You can also pick the street. You can zoom in, zoom out, move around Melbourne, find the actual street location, find the actual outlet, and then just find out. So there's Coles, there's Woolies, there's Metro Woolies. They've got it as well. These are the two big supermarket chains. So in the major metropolitan centres, you will find it in the big supermarket chains, but not in all of them. You have to check this site to find out exactly which ones and all that. And in regional centres, it's more like local specialty stores and stuff like that, and it will be a bit more pricey. So that's about it in that regard. So there is that option as well, so to speak. I was always turning my steaks with a fork, but now I realize that such juices is coming out of the holes, poke, and it's much not I guess right. No, it's not. So yeah, just get tongs. I use tongs to turn it over rather than forks. You can actually do the long tongs so you don't get burnt. So there are other options. Yeah, I know. Harry, yes. Yeah. Luckily, I still know how to spell my name. What would you say is the upper limit for water intake day for not over flooding yourself in the deuterium? I'm trying to drink less, but I would say the thirst is too big. So I have to drink. Nah, basically your thirst is due to other reasons. You've got still some derangements in your body. That's what it is. Drinking more actually will increase the level of dehydration. I'm not kidding you. Once you take the sugar out, the sugar is the problem. The more sugar you have, the less metabolic water you produce. So when you consume sugar, for every gram of sugar, you produce 0.44% of a gram in water from that. So you're actually producing less water. The rest eventually gets urinated out. So the higher the sugar content, the more urine you'll produce to get rid of that deuterium. And that's why the deuterium levels can go up in urine. So we do have a a very colourful character in Canada that sort of believes in drinking urine. Well, I wouldn't, because seed oils have got something like 255 parts per million, which is very high. Well, urine can have anything between 180 all the way up to 600 parts per million. It can be more damaging to the mitochondria than basically seed oil. So don't do that, please. So you could really overwhelm your body with deuterium doing that. The body's trying to get rid of it, basically. So stop drinking water, basically. If you start taking taurine and initially you supplement with some electrolytes to get your magnesium, potassium, sodium levels up, then and supplement with taurine, the body will start regulating itself and your requirements will go down substantially. You need to get off the water problem. Stop drinking water. You're drinking far too much. Having a bit of water in terms of like the Evian water, which is alpine water for your coffees or stuff like that, like I do, that's fine. Having a couple of cups a day, like 2 or 3 cups a day, that's fine in terms of that. You do not need any more than that. That's from coffee. And if you're not having coffee, you need even less. Okay? Your peeing will go down. As long as you're getting enough, as long as you are able to access fat to hydrate, you'll be fine. So if you're not fat adapted, that's a different thing, why are you eating carbs? At the end of the day, you need to eliminate carbs and eliminate water. Pretty much. It's simple as that. So if you take all carbs out, your requirements for water, because you'll generate more water from fat, will start declining. You'll be less thirsty. And once you're less thirsty, things will start sorting themselves out. So you really need to get rid of the carbs. Go to zero. Absolutely zero. And I mean even dairy, sugar, everything, zero. Just stick to meats with animal fats and try and actually force your body to basically start using fats as its primary fuel. Do probably a fast as well. Force yourself to do a bit of a fast to force your body into a ketotic state and to basically start learning to use fat. And the longer you do that, you'll become more fat adapted, and your requirements for water will go dramatically down because you'll be hydrating with your own body fat. You don't see any tribal people running around with bottled water. They don't. They hydrate with fat. They consume very little water, as Mary Ruddock had observed being amongst them, because they don't need it. When you're hydrating with fat, you do not need to consume water. Like camels, they hydrate with fat. They drink next to no water, very little. So, and when they do, they usually drink cactus water, which is low deuterium. So no, you don't need much at all. And the more water you consume, the worse it is for your mitochondria. And if you drink too much and you dilute your electrolytes, you could kill yourself. A number of people have, athletes and people going into the tropics, not getting enough sodium and drinking far too much water and diluting their electrolytes to such level where the body can't get rid of the excess water fluids out of the body, and it usually causes them this severe state of hyponatremia and usually kills them. There's been many people that have gone on Kokoda trails and stuff like that, and overhydration, and have killed themselves, have died. Water in excess is toxic unless it's coming from fat and being properly regulated by the body to the amount that is required, and the excess has been excreted. So this whole myth about requiring to drink water is bullshit. Has been for a long time. Good for the companies that are selling bottled water, but it's pretty much, you don't need it. The more you consume water, the more you're going to be dehydrating yourself, because it's high in deuterium. It's got 155 parts per million, which is the same as sugar. So it doesn't hydrate. It actually does the complete opposite. That's why you're feeling thirsty all the time. Take out the water completely and start consuming more fat. And you will notice as you transition to more fat, oxidation, you'll notice basically your thirst will vanish. That's what Lukey realized recently. He actually did that as well. He upped his taurine and upped his fat, and all of a sudden his thirst went away. He couldn't believe it. It went away. It's not difficult. Yeah, and that's the biggest problem with most people. It's either too much water or too much sugar, one of the two, that just basically adds too much deuterium. The body doesn't like it, tries to get rid of it. You end up pissing and making yourself thirsty as well. Anyway, yep. Llama, how are you? I can't seem to be able to find a graph showing taurine decline with age. Could you show us the dreadful cliff at 65 if you do? Appreciate it. Off the top of my head right now, no, I couldn't. So I do intend to do a video. There's a video that I'm going to do mid-year, which will be on taurine, and it will be covering some of these aspects about, quantities with age and stuff like that at young age, going right through the entire human sort of thing, and all the foods and all that, so it'll be basically something like taurine requirements and food sources. It'll be probably called something like that. And so, yes, that will happen, and it'll cover all these things and demystify everything for you and everyone else. So it'll be a comprehensive one. It's going to be a series of videos that I'm going to make, which are going to be specifically on all the different nutrients. So what are the key nutrients? Things that we actually can get from the food supply with no issue, I'm not going to cover. But things that basically, due to we're not following a clear ancestral approach anymore, in that regard, I will, sort those things out, that regard. Oh, thanks, Bjorn. Yeah, look, everybody has noticed they up the taurine and thirst goes away. It's the tribal way. These tribal people are slaughtering fresh animals, which are very high in taurine, until you hang them up for months, and they lose a lot of it. And it ends up on the bottom of the actual slaughter, the what do they call the fridges that they use to store them. So yeah, that's the biggest problem with our food supply, modern food supply, that, so what do? You supplement. Yeah, so basically I will have a comprehensive one on that. It will be on iodine, it'll be on selenium, it'll be on, because I've actually done a selenium thing with mercury and selenide, and and all the different stuff, but I will do a comprehensive one on selenium. I'll do a comprehensive one, because these are the ones that we sort of really need to focus on. Retinol, selenium, iodine, it'll be taurine, choline, it'll be a number of these which I consider critical components that people should not neglect, because everything else is pretty much covered. Even a lot of the B vitamins are covered by the gut microbiome when it's healthy, plus most of the animal foods that we get plenty. So, but it will be a comprehensive one on these key ones that sometimes we ignore. So yeah. Okay, so you basically haven't been doing any carbs. I mean, eggs are not a problem. Eggs are not a problem whatsoever. So basically, you've just been drinking a lot of water out of habit. Okay. And as you're drinking more water, you're basically putting in a whole lot of deuterium your body's trying to get rid of. So, yeah. So you've been diluting yourself, and and making yourself thirstier. because yeah, it probably caused derangements in those fluids. They're all over the place, and that's where, as Bjorn pointed out, taurine fixes that, lowers the thirst level because it regulates all the electrolytes and all that sort of stuff, and actually normalizes all these sort of functions. The problem is we don't get enough taurine nowadays because of the way we process food. Simple as that. You know, if you're actually going out to a slaughterhouse and slaughtering an animal and then taking it home and cooking it, yep. If you're basically getting it directly from a kill, yep. But if you're basically getting it months later that's been hung, yeah, that's a different story altogether. Yes. Yep, I think we've covered that to the nth degree. My CSS scan was $50 out of pocket. The day of insurance reimbursed 25. Okay. That's US Ban Palis. Okay. Yep. It's probably, that was 200 a number of years back. It's probably become way cheaper, and there's probably more companies now that are providing the service, so there's a bit of competition, and that's probably brought down the prices. So yes, exactly. That's all you need to do. The magic of an osmolyte like taurine sorting out all the problems. If you've got malabsorption issues and stuff like that, I'm coming from low fat. Yep. I can tell you one thing, taurine will fix that. It'll fix your gallbladder. It'll fix your stomach. I've done a whole lot of videos on all that. If you just search for the videos that I've done on taurine, I've covered every single aspect of the stomach, the gut, the microbiome, you know, all that sort of stuff. So it's quite comprehensive, and I've talked about everything else. I probably haven't done one about the gallbladder, about the emulsification, all that. Probably should do one on that as well, to cover that completely now. Actually, I've done the stomach, I've done the gut, I've done the tight junctions of the gut. Two things that I haven't done is, or three things: liver, gallbladder, and the pancreas. I need to do 3 more videos to cover that sort of side as well. Yep. So, yep, that will give me a comprehensive on the entire digestive system and its interrelated key organs. Yep. And probably 4, probably kidneys as well. You know, the osmolytic, how it actually all works in the kidneys. Yep. I think that'd be a good video. Some people will enjoy it. Yes, I'll add that to my mid-year sort of update of things to do. Okay. What else? I think that depresses me. Plus, of hearing people are buying seed oils like crazy and stacking it. Yeah, I know. It's bloody crazy. Yes, I'd be buying lard. I'd be buying basically tallow, and I'd be buying things like that and storing it away. Yes. Yep, it does. It does need time to sort itself out, and taurine helps there as well. Yeah, so that's the nice thing about taurine as well. In that, it's a mild myostatin inhibitor with protective features because it prevents heart remodeling. It only actually, the myostatin effect only works on the peripheral tissue. That means your actual, those sort of muscles, not the heart muscle, which taurine prevents remodeling. So it is very safe, even in high doses. So, And if you do it in high doses, you will get higher hypertrophy out of it. So yeah, look, I don't care if people are using it as a bodybuilding hack either. Just remember 90 minutes before doing any weightlifting or anything like that, at least 90 minutes to basically get into the muscle cells and do its magic. And creatine and L-citrulline half an hour before. Anyway, yep, that was the earlier stuff we were talking about. I just broke my fast. Even Kiva was sweet. Sounds good. So yes, so you enjoyed your dry fast. Good for you. Glad to hear. Yeah, really. It really increases fat oxidation. It really improves your rebuilding of your immune system and stuff like that. Yes, and actually, gin, don't neglect of adding a bit extra vitamin D, up to 10,000 IUs from the normal recommended 5 for a couple of days, and a bit of extra taurine to sort of really ramp up those T lymphocytes and other parts of the immune system to really, we want shitloads of stem cell activation out of the bone marrow and far more good, strong immune system. Anyway, Scotty, good to see you, mate. On D3 levels, there was one study that looked at why some people with high D3 were still getting sick and found an inverse relationship with a compound called MDP, lack of K2. Okay, well, there you go. That doesn't surprise me. I'll look into it. Interesting. So, yeah, most people that are on a carnivore diet shouldn't have a problem with K2, with menaquinone 4. It's usually going to be people on a kibble diet that are supplementing vitamin D but are not getting enough vitamin K2 because they don't eat animal foods. Animal foods are the ones that are high in K2. So if you're on a carnivore diet, you're never going to have a problem with K2. So you're not going to have this problem. So we're bulletproof in comparison, but it's quite interesting. And I'm not surprised. It's the reason why I've recommended for the C19 protocol. There was basically taurine, vitamin D, K2, menaquinone 4, and zinc. But the other 3 more important. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Because there was plenty of research coming out showing that deficiencies in menaquinone in vitamin K2 were highly associated with problems with greater all-cause death from C19. So, and greater ICU cases. So it was quite clear that you needed it. But yeah, I didn't look into the actual the actual pathways. So thanks for that. I'll look into it out of curiosity more than anything else. Heard some people mix a little heavy cream in their ground meat liquid to create a sauce. Not tried it, but maybe a good idea for a strict carnivores. Yeah, interesting. I mean, I've done certain things where I've made a sauce, like an egg cream sauce, for the purposes of my steaks. I've even done a raw yolk with cream. Yes, sort of basically cream, yolk, mix it up in that combination and put some spices. So I've done that sort of thing. And I've also done another one where I've used butter, egg, a bit of cream, beaten that, and then cooked up some of the butter, and then used that and actually combined it in and made it a very like buttery type. and I tend to put a bit more pepper. Maybe when I do the butter type, I want the butter to be a buttery pepper type thing, and that has been, yeah, I've enjoyed that. I've tried a couple of different combinations. So, yep. Yeah, eggs are a good source. Yeah, I think. Yeah, they do have a bit of quantity. They do vary quite a bit. Eggs depends on if it's grass, if it's basically pastured, or they're sort of seems to have a bit more, but it does have a good quantity, and the reason for that is because remember it's required to to grow. It's also taurine helps a lot in growing tissue, and also growing the brains and organs and stuff like that, and the modeling, how these things get modeled. And it may be a reason also. I've always wondered why. Well, I haven't really wondered, but I guess that sometimes when children are born with malformations in different areas of their body, it may be due to a taurine deficiency of their parents. That because of the misfolding proteins, because protein folding is very much heavily involved. Taurine is heavily involved in that. So I'm thinking maybe that there's these misfolded protein issues that are causing some of these derangements in some children. So yes, we'll probably see more with the kibble diet, the way it's actually getting on steroids nowadays. You're welcome. See, Kate. I made a keto brownies this week. Pretty good. Some try strict carnivore, then I get cravings and buy pizza. More people should look at keto alternatives when they have indiscretions. Yes, Bert, you bad boy. Cardi diet and asthma, Harry. Any research you may have come across in this area? Yeah, plenty. Depends on the type of asthma. My younger sister used to have structural asthma. She's got none. I cured it for her. So it took me about 10 months. But she basically, lung surfactant, if it's structural, can be due to lung surfactant. There are other reasons where vitamin D deficiency can be a problem as well, because vitamin D plays an important role in the collagen degrading enzymes that operate within the actual lungs. So lung remodeling and all that. There is a prime role for for vitamin D, and menaquinone 4 plays a sort of a secondary role there. Then there is so that can affect the way the actual villi in there and the general structure works. And so taurine does also play a role because it does lower fibrotic tissue in the lungs. So basically the sun and a steak will actually fix most people if they were on an ancestral diet. Most young people now eat just garbage from birth. So that's probably another reason driving it. And the other one is structural, which is basically lung surfactant. And lung surfactant is made of 2 items. This is what my sister had: choline, and she has the same genetics that I have. I had touch asthma and basically bronchitis touch asthma when I was young. I suffered quite a few. Then I went to Greece at about 12 and a half. And when I went there, I started eating a lot of animal products. I would have got the taurine from the dairy and other things. And what would have happened is, and the choline from the foods that I was eating. And as a consequence, without realizing, I fixed my touch asthma, bronchitis went away within a couple of months. I'd been struggling for years as a youngster. Then I go to Greece. I go on a more animal-based diet because back in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, this still the bullshit from America hadn't become widespread, the low-fat bullshit. And there were just wall-to-wall animal foods. I hardly ate vegetables, cut some a bit here and there, but primarily it was dairy and animal foods constantly as a youngster, and I loved them, So radically changed my health, got rid of my asthma. When my sister had been doing 25 years of vegetarianism, my younger sister, and if you look at her, she looks much older than me, even though she's 11 months younger than me. Her skin is older, many other aspects. So that whole lifestyle did her a lot of damage. Let's put it that way. Anybody that knows my sister, and Hello Kitty has met her, knows exactly what I'm saying, and she could vouch for me that basically she looks way older than me, even though she's younger than me. And that tells you everything about a vegetarian diet. And she basically had structural asthma. Lung surfactant is made of two things, choline and palmitate. Yes, the evil saturated fat palmitate. It's those two. And when you don't eat enough saturated fat and get enough choline by eating eggs, animal or liver or muscle meat, you will be deficient in choline, and your lung surfactant structurally won't form properly. And also, if you've got the wrong type of fats from seed oils or whatever, which are basically because palmitate is carbon 16. Some of the damaged, deranged, especially some of the actual hydrogenized, PUFAs from seed oils, those ones basically are carbon 16. When they incorporate into the lung surfactant, displacing palmitate because you're not getting enough in the diet, what happens is then those don't signal properly. So your lung surfactant can't work properly to cause gas exchanges. Without proper gas exchange, you can't clear particulates that you're getting from the atmosphere. And so you've got far more particulates that are not being cleared. And as a consequence, you've got far more reactivity and inflammation and eventually autoimmune sort of effects in the lungs. It sort of all goes together. So you get on an ancestral diet with vitamin D, problem all goes away very quickly. And that's what happened with me as a youngster. My sister, on the other hand, for whatever deranged reason, she decided to go vegetarian and alternative. She's a bit alternative anyway. And she pretty much ended up where she ended up. And then she came back here a couple of years back when the crisis hit in Greece. She had to live with me for 10 months and eat my food. And she struggled eating meat. And eventually she did because, didn't have much money. So she had to eat what I was cooking. And eventually she started eating more and more of my stuff. And she was still lightly smoking, And so even though she was lightly smoking, you'd say, well, smoking, asthma went completely away. And even when her asthma went completely away and she changed her diet, became more carnivorous, she still smoked for a period of time. She only recently stopped it about a couple of months back that she stopped it. So it had no relationship. So even though she was a smoker and she only recently stopped it, and, the asthma went away because it was not basically related to the asthma, to the smoking. It was related to basically something structural that needed to be fixed. And she also had certain genetics where she required to get choline from the diet. She couldn't basically produce it endogenously, synthesize it. So she had very poor synthesis capacity like I have. It runs in the family, causes fatty liver, and she had fatty liver as well. So, eventually it all got sorted out and her asthma went away like magic. Yes, nothing like an ancestral diet. And she didn't even go full. Well, occasionally every year she does 1 month of, the carnival day, and then she goes back to putting a few. So she's sort of low carbish. Occasionally she switches back to carnivore. She does a couple of months in the year carnivore, but she's not strict. Let's put it that way. But still, her health is way better in that. So yes, she does do taurine as well. Anyway, people in Eastern Europe are doing that to themselves too. And some old person died waiting in the queue. Bloody hell. But raw sunflower seeds doubled in price. Probably raw look, see, yeah. Sunflower oil is 300%, is at 300% already. Rancidity through. That's it. But, sunflower seeds, on the other hand, while they may be excess in PUFA, they are actually, because they're not processed industrially through that, they are actually lower in deuterium. So they're actually lower than lower than sugar in deuterium. It's only when they go through the industrial process of being extracted, and this industrial process ends up adding a whole lot of deteriorating sort of the actual and changing those hydrogen ions and adding neutrons. That's when they basically becomes a heavy, and they also use, because they're using water in the process, it's heavy water, and basically it incorporates some of those hydrogen heavy ions, and that's what I suspect how it actually happens. So I'm not I don't consider myself an industrial biochemist to basically know exactly all the actual chemical processes that are happening, but at the end product is well over 200 parts per million, at max around 255 parts per million for most of these seed oils. So yeah, so probably sunflower seeds are probably the least problematic. The only problem with sunflower seeds, like all plant PUFAs, is they do oxidize over time. So there is a problem there. So in terms of not so much aldehydes, more primary oxidative products, less secondary, and lower deuterium, so less of a deuterium problem. So if that's the only little egregious thing you're doing, you're probably not doing too much harm to yourself. But definitely the seed oils are, and 300%, why would you pay for that? I'd be out there rustling a whole lot of animal fat. That'd be probably cheaper, because they usually throw it away, the butchers nowadays, unfortunately. Crazy times. So for us carny, it's going to be cheaper, because everybody's going for the seed oils and nobody's going for the animal fats. So much better for us carnies. But unfortunately, it would be, g'day Dave, it would be good if other people were on the carny bandwagon, or at least eating a bit more animal foods and giving the seed oils a miss. God. Anyway. Oh, there is always cream pudding, cream and gelatin, yummy. You're a woman after my own heart. I've basically done like a gelatin type thing with cream as well, and I know what you mean. And I've also got I get this Jello, which has no sort of regulates, very low sugar type thing. It's next to whole thing, it's about a gram or whatever, so it's one of those products. I'm not claiming that it's a fantastic product, but you know what I mean. And it's got a lot, and then I usually will prepare it, and when it's half solidified, I will put cream and I'll mix it all up, and it becomes this white jello, and it actually solidifies and it becomes a creamy jello, and it's really decadent. So yeah, I've done that before. So yes, I used to use that on my ice cream. I ordered everything of your Candida protocol. How long does it take to reduce Candida? It can take a while, but obviously, doing the reset. We use this. We use the Ruteri. We use the Candida protocol. We combine those things to suppress the Candida and the pathogenic bacteria. Then we use the taurine to re-regulate the whole system. That's the sort of approach that we take, And some people could take a bit longer, some people. And the biggest issue that most people have is not functioning gallbladder. The biggest issue is gallbladder. If it's not functioning, because bile actually comes through and cleanses a small intestine. That's where a lot of our problems lie in terms of SIBO, in terms of candida, in terms of all this sort of overgrowth. And that's really where we need to fix so we may need to take a bit of bile salts initially to basically make sure that we're getting that cleanse until our taurine can emulsify and fix the gallbladder issue. So yeah, it's never once you've deranged a lot of systems, it can take a bit of time depending on what derangements and all that. And sometimes I get people to go do scans to properly assess what exactly is going on. Most people usually, if they've got a bit of pain and discomfort in their gallbladder, they know they do have a gallbladder issue. But sometimes they don't. They may have sludge. That means that they had little stones. I had little stones and sludge. And it took ages to clear out with high doses of taurine. I've come down now, but it took ages to just get rid of it. And I was having all these sort of strange feces with different colorations and floaters and all sorts of things. Eventually it resolved itself, but it took quite a few months. I think it took up to 7 months. It was bloody annoying. I'd be going from constipation to diarrhea, and then it would back and forth until it took a while to clear out, So, unfortunately, years and years of derangements can't be solved within one day. It's just the way it is. It's funny, like a lot of gastroenterologists look at this sort of stuff and go, even my cousin, sometimes he says, we got no idea. They look at it because he's a gastroenterologist in the one of the hospitals in Sydney. He's basically head of his department. So he's not junior, he's senior. And pretty much, they find people that basically they don't have any structural issues. Their whole gut has no structural issues, but they've got all these IBS issues. And it's usually a derangement of, you put them on a high meat diet, and it fixes it all up. So, and it usually is due to that nexus of inflammasome AMP. Once you sort that out and taurine fixes that, which basically means eating a meat heavy diet fixes it, it re-regulates all that and brings down spermidine, brings down histamines. It's just things that I actually told you guys for a while about SIBO, and I told you way back before I did that video, because I wanted to keep it under the belt. I didn't want to give too much away because nobody else was talking about it. Now they may use the information. I don't care. I put it out there, but I was well aware of it for some time. That's why I was telling you guys to up your taurine. It wasn't accidental, because I knew exactly that their gut. Everybody goes, we've got all this sort of histamine. Everybody complains about histamine, when really all it is a bad regulation due to a meat deficiency. And everybody in the low carb community fears meat, and they don't get enough. And usually because of the non-ancestral ways that we process meat, we have even less in it. They don't get enough taurine. They can't re-regulate these systems. And as a consequence, they still have these gut issues. So once you get enough taurine in, it all sorts itself out. And pretty much histamines go away. You know me. I mean, I eat shitloads of high histamine foods. Cheeses, aged cheeses. I mean, Hello Kitty knows I always buy these really smelly aged cheeses that are histamine bombs. Not a problem. In the past, I couldn't eat them. I was having a lot of problems. But now, nothing. That's when you fix it. And as I showed in my recent video that I did 4 days ago about, sort of the, sorting out the gut microbiome that I did, that basically covered it pretty comprehensively about inflammasome. Its important role in that nexus, inflammasome, interleukin-18, AMP nexus, that basically, or as I call it, inflammasome AMP nexus, that fixes the problem. So it's basically a meat deficiency, taurine/meat deficiency. Yes. Anyway, I heard Bart and Pim talking about fasting protocol. They are doing. Bart was having trouble sleeping, and Pim was having major cramping problems. They're obviously not eating enough. They weren't getting enough taurine. I did actually mention to Bart about taurine. They also, yeah, there was a couple of things that I think they were doing a bit differently that was actually affecting that side of things. But he was actually having problems sleeping, but that's because he was using this is old research that I came about a long time ago. I forgot all about it. I just when Bart actually said that, I realized, oh, Bart's actually consuming a lot of. If you get too much caffeine and you're not consuming a lot of taurine, it can actually magnify the negative effects. That means it can actually magnify the caffeine effect in actually, so it can actually suppress the GABA A. And so, in a sense, it can actually, help raise cortisol even more, suppressing melatonin at night and basically helping you even less. So, actually, by combining a small amount of taurine, and that doesn't mean even if it's, and this, he's been having issues, sleep issues for some time because he overcooks his meat, he gets very little taurine. And even though the small amount that he actually put in wasn't enough to overcompensate for his high caffeine consumption. So when you're on a low taurine intake, whether it's from meat, not getting enough, or whether it's from just supplementing very little, and you basically then combine a lot of caffeine. So it doesn't matter whether you're supplementing. Supplementation did have nothing to do with it. Even his low intake from the meat will do it. This is what's been magnifying he's had sleep problems for a while now. It's too much caffeine magnifying the effects. So it's interacting in a sense. I need to do a video on it. I'll mention it to him on his birthday. That basically that's really the problem that he was causing himself. It magnifies this effect. So you have to then take even more taurine to compensate for the effects to basically overcome the negative effects on GABA A and so to then bring down cortisol levels in order to help boost melatonin. So that's the sort of what's happening with his sleep sort of stuff. He loves his coffee too much. So yeah, and in a carnivore diet without sufficient taurine, it can basically, so with zero, if he was eating no meat whatsoever and getting zero or very little taurine, it would have less of an effect on his sleep. By having some taurine, it seems to make things worse. So it's really strange how a bit of taurine makes things worse. A lot of taurine prevents it. Yes, the complex interactions of caffeine in the body in a different state of intake of taurine. Bloody interesting. I think because it does affect the stress hormones, and taurine regulates those, and also some of the adrenal hormones, epinephrine and stuff like that are affected as well. And so in order to regulate those properly and bring them back into homeostasis, especially if you're taking a lot of caffeine, you need to actually consume even more taurine, like 4+ grams, to basically actually suppress the caffeine effect on those hormones, to bring them back, to normalize them, to allow you to sleep properly. So yeah, so it's a bit complicated in that regard. Pim's probably having cramps because she's probably not getting enough taurine in a diet in that regard. So once you get enough taurine, it fixes up any cramps. So obviously that may take a bit of time to adjust as she increases her intracellular potassium and magnesium levels. But that does happen, it doesn't happen immediately. It takes a while to sort of adjust. Even when you take taurine, it takes a while because you're actually taking it in the food, you're excreting less, and it's being re-regulated, and over time it actually corrects itself over a number of weeks. So I don't know why. There may be a rate limiting effect because of certain enzymes to basically allow that to happen. Yeah, so yeah, she may have to basically up her taurine a bit, and it will take a few weeks, and then it will sort itself out, because that's what taurine does. It fixes the potassium, magnesium issues in the cell, and in the actual blood fluids. It actually sorts out the other electrolytes and balances things out perfectly at the kidney level with sufficient taurine. So that will sort both of them out. So they just need to up a bit. And Bart needs to make a decision whether he either needs to up his taurine quite a bit, or he basically needs to reduce his caffeine intake, which is, I think, too high. He basically has double shots, and he has these big, massive mugs, and he has about 6 of them sometimes a day, which is quite a bit of caffeine. Let's put it that way. Double shots, 6, that's like, 12 standard stuff. That's a lot of caffeine. So, yeah, no wonder he's having sleep difficulties. So, yeah, way too much. Obviously, if he still has that habit and he doesn't want to give it up, if he takes higher levels of taurine, he could probably suppress those effects. So that's what that research showed. Some point I'll make a video when I get around it. I forgot all about it. I just recently, when I heard about his issue, I'm going, oh, and then it popped in my head and I go, oh shit, I remember that old study. Yeah. Then I remembered, yeah, that's probably what it is. Oops. Can possible mitochondrial damage from consuming seed oils and sugar be healed, reversed? Yes, it can. It takes time. Taurine does help, but a melatonin actually helps more. Now, the nice thing about taurine is taurine can lower cortisol at night and increase GABA. So all the actual calming effects are increased, so you can sleep better. But the other thing that it means is with more normalized cortisol levels at night, guess what happens to melatonin? It explodes. And if you can minimize your blue light exposure at night, even better. You'll actually even get higher melatonin. And melatonin is what actually heals the mitochondria, actually repairs the electron chains, and increases basically the capacity of mitochondria to produce more energy. The other way is also, I initially get people to do that sort of approach with taurine and with better melatonin levels. And once they do that for at least a year, their mitochondria have improved their quality. At that point, then I encourage people to do biogenesis, because what actually happens is you clone. Now, you don't want to be cloning mitochondria that are damaged. You want to be cloning healthy mitochondria. So at that stage, once the mitochondria are much healthier and in a better state, that's when you basically apply the stearic acid supplement to cause more reverse electron transport and biogenesis, more mitochondria. While taurine has a bit of that, can actually improve mitochondrial respiration as well, and also increase lipolysis as well quite substantially, and reduce lactate. Most people think about lactic acid. It's lactate, and so at pyruvate, you can either go to lactate or you can go to acetyl-CoA into the Krebs cycle. But what happens with taurine, it reduces lactate and forces more through acetyl-CoA, which basically means more energy via mitochondrial respiration. So way better in that regard. So yeah, taurine has an ability to lower blood sugar as well, and that sort of stuff, and reduce glycation. Swiss Army knife, as I said. Yes, nothing like animal foods to sort things out. Magic. Absolute magic. Pim said she was only eating 40 to 50 grams of protein a day. Oh, well, if she's only eating that amount, she's definitely taurine deficient. You're not going to, you need to eat shitloads more if you want to get taurine, especially in the modern diet, the way things are. Supermarket meat, the way it's actually processed and all that. Was quite surprised that they did not see the obvious problem with eating so little. coaches told her to eat more fat. Really? Okay. That seems weird. Anyway, I haven't look, guys. I sort of drop in now and then, take a bit of a snapshot, just, and I usually let it run on the background so it can actually, they can get viewing time, but I don't really listen to a lot of the stuff because I just don't have the time. I just run it in the background so they can get viewing time and likes, because I support Bart, but I don't have any idea what they're actually consuming in terms of protein, because that seems quite low. That's like 200 grams of a steak. 200 grams is shit low. I mean, I recommend women that, at her height and size and all that, I'd usually recommend, way over 100, more than double that. So at 50 grams, you're going to be eating very little taurine. And that also can explain the muscle cramps. She's not getting enough int, and and only recently has she, even because Bart's been using taurine recently, but only been using like a gram. They've only been using very little, and so she may not be getting enough to sort out the issue fast enough. So that's probably it. Yeah. So you don't need to be on like high amounts forever. I mean, until you get over 65, when things sort of decline a bit, you can sort of go into the higher levels. The only reason I do it is primarily to fix a lot of fibrosis around the body. I've done a lot of damage. I've done my knee damage. I've done my heart. I did a lot of things. Fibrosis out of the heart is fixed, but I still got fibrotic tissue everywhere else. And I want to fix all that. So that takes time. It takes a decade to turn over. And so I do it more to repair and fix the tissue, to fix up all the fibrosis around my body. So if I was in an ancestral state from birth, like the Messiah and all that, I wouldn't need to do this. I'd be getting all these good nutrients all my life. I wouldn't be causing any damage. Now, of course, horrendous damage to my body with seed oils and everything else. I've got to do more higher amounts to actually fix the problem. Detox a whole lot of shit that's in my environment, xenoestrogens and everything else under the sun that we're exposed to, and all sorts of stored crap that we've got in our body. So, it's we are not ancestral people. We are damaged modern people living in a very hostile food and lifestyle environment. So in that regard, to the body, in terms of all sort of derangements and stuff like that. So we need a bit more to sort these things out. It's just a reality. Ancestrally, we wouldn't have to waste our time on these things, but we don't live in ancestral environments. But that is really low protein. I'm quite shocked that she's only consuming that little. It's bugger all shit. Yep. Actually, there's plenty of research showing quite clearly that the higher the protein intake, the higher the calcium absorption. So, and phosphorus and calcium are very important. Actually, phosphorus, salt, and basically protein are the three things that when you take any one of those away, or all three, you basically get induced sarcopenia. So that was a study that I've actually shown you guys on one of my live streams. So I probably should do a video on it to cover it properly. So yes, and that was clinical, intravenously putting stuff in and taking stuff out. That's gold plated. So but everybody basically claims, phosphorus is going to be basically kill you. It's bad, like methionine, another piece of bullshit. And we've covered that on the homocysteine one, where you infuse more methionine and actually homocysteine goes down. Surprise, surprise, when all these crackpots have been claiming the opposite happens because of epidemiology. Crap. Yes. Until they do mechanistic studies and they noticed, it's not working like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about the protocol. I thought they were doing really high protein and all that in the 2 months. Sorry, in the 2 weeks, the priming that was shitloads of steaks and all that. That's how I see a priming. Just basically an all-you-can-eat buffet of steaks. I want more steaks. A bit like, you remember the old bodybuilders, steak and egg diet, and they just had a whole table full of steaks, raw steaks and eggs. And that guy was just going through one egg after another, like, a couple of cartons of eggs and all these big, basically juicy raw steaks, massive amounts. So for me, that's priming for me. That's really priming the way I see it, real proper, bodybuilder carnivore priming. That's my view of priming. I don't know what other people think, but that's the way I view priming. Just lay out a whole lot of steaks and a whole lot of eggs, and I get stuck into them and tuck them away. That for me would be priming. So anyway, people have different concepts of priming. I actually should show that video. I need to find it and actually show it one of these days. Yeah. And so I think you guys will be surprised exactly what real old bodybuilding priming was with animal foods, not this sort of, I don't know, modern way that some people have notions of. Anyway, that's for another day without upsetting too many people. Let's move on. No, they're not that small. They're mid range. I think they need far more, Gary. I basically think they're far more. I think they are probably Bart's probably getting. I don't know. I hope he's getting enough, but I think Pim isn't eating enough. She does eat some other stuff that is not, carnivore, so to speak. But I don't think she's getting enough protein. No, not at all. I think the biggest problem is protein. Most people are just not getting enough. For whatever reason, they're just not getting enough. Yeah, I could say I'm a fan of excessive fasting. They are doing, no wonder they are not sleeping and having electrolyte issues. It's very obvious. Yep, exactly. Look, ancestors did not do excessive fastings. I'm not really I don't mind doing occasional fasts to turn over, old cells and to do stuff like that, and do time restricted feeding, and that sort of stuff, and a 1 day 24-hour fast, every week, sometimes every fortnight, how I feel about it. But I don't make it, religiously I must do. Nah. I think that, you got to still live a proper life, otherwise you'll basically drive yourself crazy or into an early grave if you sort of start doing these sort of things. It's like, I don't know, it's like people, I don't see tribal people doing this sort of stuff. It's more Westerners. They seem, I need to do all this. I need to get my hermetic stressor. I need to do this, and I need to stick this up my rear end or whatever probe. It'll actually give me more life, or it's just nonsense. Just bloody eat a couple of steaks, and people just seem to overcomplicate a lot of things. Yeah, look, I'm not against that, at all. Good for him. I hope he gets there in the next couple of days. So if he doesn't, he can continue it a bit after. He doesn't need to stress himself too much. Compared to many other people his age, he's got pretty good body composition. Most people in their 50s are very deranged and very bad, in a very bad state. So, and remember, all of us have been damaged to a large extent because we've done a lot of indiscretions. So, alcohol and many other things, smoking and you name it. We've done a lot. Ancestral people didn't do any of that stuff. We've done plenty. So, and we're paying for it in one way or another with certain derangements, inefficient mitochondria, all sorts of things. It's just the way it is. So that doesn't invalidate the science, And there's nothing wrong with doing a bit of experimentation, trying a few things, seeing if it works and all that. Some things work and some things for certain genetics and some approaches. But I do think there is a certain requirement for energy in terms of fat, and there's certain requirements of protein in order for the body to function properly, to provide enough protein, because you don't only need it for structural material, you also need it to transcript a whole lot of proteins and enzymes that do a whole lot of functions in the body. So you do need extra protein, not just for the normal turnover of protein. So yeah, anyway. Exactly. You do. Yeah. Everybody does. Everybody that ups their protein, I've been saying it for fucking ages. Everybody that ups their protein and actually puts taurine in eliminates this problem. Because remember, taurine is an amino transporter. Taurine actually plays an important role in a number of these protein functions and protein folding. So you need a certain level of protein and you need a certain level of taurine to synergistically work together. Critical. People are just not getting enough. And that's pretty much it. You said it perfectly, Bjorn. I couldn't say it anymore. I've been saying it for quite some time. And I know that there are some people in the keto community that would disagree with me and, probably behind my back say, oh, Harry's promoting a lot of protein and all that. I go, well, I don't care. I'll continue to do that. That's what ancestors do. I see ancestors out there, Maasai. I see the Hadza. I see all these the Bushmen of the Kalahari. They get an animal and they literally get stuck into it and they will eat until they're stuffed, absolutely stuffed. So this sort of thing, this sort of Western, I'm gonna with my cutlery, a bit of meat, look, a tiny little bit, not to seem gluttonous. Forget about fucking gluttonous. Just eat your fucking meat. Eat plenty of it because your body needs it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you only have to look at person like Lukey. He's been physically, doing a bit of muscle training and stuff like that, plus getting shitloads of protein in there, and taurine recently, and he's noticed massive improvements. Once he upped his protein a bit and upped his taurine, completely day and night, his sleep improving, his muscle, his bulkness has gone up, his trimming, everything's going the right way. So he's happy about it. AG Harry, if people don't eat dairy and don't eat dairy in the past, do you think that they get sufficient calcium, and where do they get it? Bones pretty much. Yeah, we used to break bones and get the fat out of that, and plus grind bones and stuff like that, and have bone mills. Yep, our ancestors did that. Plus, there is quite a bit of calcium inside the actual muscle meat itself, and the more protein you consume, the more you'll absorb calcium. It's well known. There's been research on that. I think Paul Mason actually did something, showed some of that research on that, covering that point, I believe, or either Paul Mason or someone else. I can't remember exactly, to be right, but it was covered. I think that guy that does all the protein studies as well has covered it as well. It may have been him. I'm trying to remember, Smith or something like that. I can't remember his name exactly. And the other sources were, the other thing that was playing a big role is, remember, calcium metabolism is regulated by taurine. these ancestral people would have got more taurine. That taurine would have regulated their calcium and also recycled it at the kidney level. So even if they weren't getting as much, they would have been recycling it and sparing it. So the taurine was improving the calcium regulation. It actually is the big calcium regulator, is taurine. It actually reduces calcium in the brain and improves brain function and reduces excitation. That means that can actually cause brain damage. So it actually reduces brain damage and brain loss of brain cells due to high excitation, and reducing glutamate, but also reducing calcium inside the brain to the normal physiological levels. And it regulates all calcium throughout the whole body to normal physiological levels, and can recycle calcium and recover calcium at the kidney level when there's enough taurine. So your calcium requirements with enough taurine go down. So I suspect the big issue with calcium is, and this is what I found, is when people have, like, when people have a lower serum calcium, and they tend to have like their heart beats too hard. It's like it's beating out of their chest. Now you can do two things. You can throw in calcium, which will fix it if you do that. Or you can actually throw in more taurine, which will actually regulate the calcium metabolism and spare the calcium and reduce the amount of calcium loss at the kidneys. And as a consequence, fix it that way. So, yeah. And then if you have a bit of dairy and have too much, it'll get rid of it. So it'll actually reduce so you don't get too much. And the rest will be put away into storage into the bones. So it's less of a problem once you have the right ancestral food. So, it's a bit more complicated, the actual story. But we get more than enough calcium, and we've seen, populations like the Inuit eating muscle meats, some bones, but primarily muscle meats, and have very high, strong bones, and never had osteoporosis. So, and had no other sources, had no dairy sources. So obviously they weren't as tall. So it probably does play a bit of a role in that, where the Maasai are very tall. And most Europeans, like some of the Europeans that are very high dairy consumers, are actually taller than the Maasai, like the Dutch and some of the Scandinavians. So obviously, if you've got more calcium, you're going to end up with bigger bones as well, and taller. So, it's going to make a bit of a difference. So dairy will make a bit of a difference in that regard. But yeah, it all depends on a lot of those factors. But usually taurine is the big secret, the big magic thing that regulates calcium in the bone, and can maintain pretty good homeostasis in that regard as well. Yes. Another thing that it does. Wonderful. Still, I'm having problems sleeping and cramping. If you're having, if you're having fasting too much, I have a lot of experience with it myself. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, look, I was, yeah, I had I did sort of a period of a lot of fasts, and I had excessive amounts of cramping as well. I did actually then start doing dirty fasts, where I started throwing leucine in. I've talked about that, and taurine, and it actually got rid of the problem. So, yeah, so that was actually interesting. Obviously, it wasn't the leucine; it was the taurine that was doing the fixing the problem. So you can basically ignore the leucine altogether if you want. I just used the leucine for a bit of muscle muscle sparing in long fasts, doing a bit of a dirty fast. And also every third day I would take a B complex vitamin to make, because you'd only pretty much store most of your B vitamins for about the key water soluble ones for about 3 days, and then you turn them over. So you need to get every 3 days. So when I did my 6-day long fast, I basically had B vitamins at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end to cover that. And it was smooth sailing right through. Plus I had a bit of taurine, and that really no leucine, but taurine at the time. No cramps whatsoever. So that was really interesting. And I noticed that I didn't need as much hydration. I actually really dropped back on the hydration. And that's when I realized, okay, that may be the thing. So when I did my dry fast, I actually went into it with high doses of taurine. And then I did my dry fast. It was so smooth. Magic. Absolutely friggin' magic. No cramps, no nothing. A bit of urination. The first day was a bit more, the second day a bit less, and the third day even a bit less. But there was no it was urination, but it was still semi-clear. It wasn't even very yellowy in that regard. So I was still hydrating pretty well from fat. So it was a non-issue. So that was quite clear. So at least it told me that I was actually hydrating, so my urine didn't become very dark or anything like that, because that's a sort of a giveaway. Okay, you got inability to hydrate with fat to basically utilize sufficient fat when you're fasting. But that was really interesting in that regard. So interesting experience to say the least. Is calcium supplementation in electrolytes dangerous? Can be a problem. Yes, can be a problem in that it can cause some derangements. They usually, because they're using calcium oxide, they're using some crappy low quality. The ionic, the way it interacts with the metalloproteins is very different than actual food-based calcium, and that can actually, if you take it in large amounts, can actually increase serum levels much faster. Obviously, if you've got basically taurine in there, it can mitigate the problem because it can actually excrete more of that stuff and get it out of the system. So it's less of a problem in a taurine state. But obviously, if somebody's basically, kibble diet and doing a lot of these sort of supplements, probably then it could be a much bigger problem for them. So that's extrapolating from the taurine angle, but it's not something that I would recommend because you don't need it. Anyway, Bjorn, that is why I suggest keto alternatives for treats. Bart will finish his protocol, then go to eat a pizza. And cider. Let's not forget the cider. I agree. I believe the purpose of their current diet is to appreciate true hunger and satiate and deal with cravings. Okay. Yeah, if they're doing it for those purposes, it probably makes some sense. Beyond in agreement with Bert. There's probably a bit of truth in that. He does have that sort of personality in that regard. He's a great fellow, but he's very easily, I've been doing this, I've had enough of this, so he does tend to fall off the wagon very often. We'll see how he goes this time. Okay. Yes. Oh, better drink a bit of this. Been into these sort of drinks lately. God. So I think I've run out of kombuchas. That's the other thing. I actually got off all these drinks for about a week. And then in the last 2 days, I succumbed and I went, because I went and actually bought some of them. So I've been getting a couple of these bottles and having one at night while I'm sitting there watching a bit of TV or just chilling out. So yes, but I think I'll go back to, because I actually felt much better without them. Yes, I probably should go back to just not drinking anything, So anyway. Yes, cheese would be a better option because it's going to have less of the issues. Cold pressed milk is actually very nice. Yep. If you've tried it, yep. Definitely. That's the stuff. That's the stuff in Australia. Don't overcomplicate it. Just stuff your face with meat. uh, uh, yeah, I think people have overcomplicate things. Oh, we've got a protocol. Yeah, it's stuffing your face with meat. Is that the protocol? Exactly. Uh, yeah, spot on, Bjorn. That's how I basically view it myself. I go, yeah. So it's really stuffing your face with meat. Just say that it's easy. So, is cold pressed milk as good as pasteurized for countries that have strict measures on milk? Yes, it is better. Way better. It's also got far more beneficial peptides in there that are basically reduced by the process of pasteurization. Plus, you lose lactoferrin, which is a very important immunomodulating thing. Interferon, in your body, part of the immune sort of system. Interferon, well, lactoferrin actually increases it. Obviously, we don't have the lectin binding requirements that our kibble, cousins have. So, yeah, that's less of an important aspect for us in that regard. Probably more of an important aspect if you've got young kids that are eating a bit of kibble now and then. Probably a good way of protecting their gut is, if they can't tolerate milk, is to basically get the lactoferrin supplements that I put up earlier, or basically getting them raw milk, because at least they'll be getting something that will give them a bit extra protection. No, I wasn't. I'm not drinking kombucha tonight. I was a couple of weeks ago. I was sort of heavily, and then I just stopped. I stopped completely for about 8, maybe 9 days. And 2 days ago, I got back onto these sort of zero sugar type treats. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I'm back onto cheating with some of these sort of with alcohol sugars. It's erythritol, which is probably less problematic compared to the others. So we do produce a bit of erythritol in our body, and there's only about 10% that goes in. The rest goes into the toilet, 90% through the gut. But you don't want to drink too many of these. If you do drink too many of these, some people, including myself, I actually did that. I had a whole 6-pack of these. Like, I drank 6, one after the other. And let's say it actually gave me loose stools because too much erythritol. And I ended up with loose stools, and I'm going, not diarrhea, but loose stools. And I'm going, must be the too much erythritol that I consumed. That's what it was. So yeah, I learnt my lesson very fast. Yes, not the normal poo. Shouldn't walking on grass, so there's work isolating as well. Yeah. Walking on grass will basically is good for earthing. Oh, there's plenty of ways in that regard. Probably do need to do something on earthing, a proper video on earthing later this year, in mid-year, sort of covering that from all aspects. Because Bart's done nothing. I thought he'd do it because he was basically talking about doing it, but never got around doing it. He's got into his attack videos, and I sort of neglected it as well. So I probably should at some point sit down and do a comprehensive one and look at products that are out there and stuff like that. Yeah. Yes, at some point I will make a mental note, and yeah, probably add it to my list. I'll have to. Actually, I think it is in my list. I think it is. It is in my list, but it's in my low priority list. I may have to move it over from the low priority list. Yeah. Going to be 62 on Wednesday, and that means over 2 years on carnivore. this stuff works, and even for an old guy like me, it is never too late. No, it isn't, Dave. It's never bloody too late. A lot of people don't realize that you can get a lot of benefits at any age. I look at my father, basically. He's not carnivore, pure carnivore. He's highly carnivorous. He's probably gone to 2/3 carnivore, 2/3 of his food coming in from carnivore foods, from animal foods, and 1/3 from plants. And he has become extremely muscular in his 80s. He's more muscular now in the last couple of years than what he was in the last 20 years. So he's recovered all the muscle loss that he had, and really much stronger and much more robust. And even his doctor, sort of grabs, they do this test where they grab your hands and they pull against each other to see the sort of strength that somebody has. And basically his doctor says, this guy, your dad's got the strength of somebody 20 plus years younger. So he's got a strength of somebody in his 60s rather than in his 80s. So he's quite shocked at the difference. So he's, at any age, I say to people, at any friggin' age. Now, obviously, Dad's doing leucine, meat, taurine, sort of low dose menaquinone 4, vitamin D, all this sort of stuff. He's, doing all this sort of stuff and making sure that everything working properly, stuff like that. So even having it for a period, he eats enough eggs, so I don't bother about choline. I had him on a period, and then I said, I did it for a short period as a protocol, then I got him off it, and he still has plenty of eggs, so he's still getting enough. He gets probably more choline than most old people, so he's probably fine in that regard. And we checked last time some of his sort of liver enzymes and stuff like that. There's no issue there, so he's fine. So I'm not really worried about that too much in that regard. And most other things seem to be quite good. So I'd say he's tracking pretty well. So I think, like yourself, now that you've gone one step further than Dad, but, and you've got the rewards for it, which is good to hear, Dave. Hope more people, your age bracket would realize that. And you'll probably be an example. Other people will see you and go, you're how old? And that plays a big role. It actually has an effect, because people say, well, what are you doing? What are you eating? What are you doing? And stuff like that. You get into a bit of a conversation. So, yes. Yes. Exactly. I'm proud of Dave as well, and we all should be proud of each other, because we've come a long way, all of us, and, some of us have still got a lot of damage compared to others. We've started at a different point in time. And what I love about you guys, we're sitting around here, all of you pitch in, Alex, Bjorn, Lama, Stefan, you're throwing your experiences, your 2-bit, your N of ones and stuff like that. And it really helps. It helps me as well, because it confirms certain things. And if I'm hearing certain other things, I'm wondering, is there other factors that I'm missing? And I'll go and investigate them. It's a bit like Paul was actually telling me, I take Physitin and I get sleepy each time. And I started thinking about it. I'm going, why is this man having this issue and nobody else is having this issue? And then I realized he was taking taurine later. He was lowering his melatonin, his cortisol at night. He was magnifying. And also I realized that taurine increases melatonin, and also by regulating and bringing down cortisol at night, you're magnifying it, and so you're getting far more improvements in melatonin. And then I said, well, maybe there's an interaction with Physitin. I just had a wild thought. I didn't know whether there was. Looked into it, and there you go. Found a study, 860% increase. So you take a senolytic that knocks out senescent and cancer cells, and then you increase it by 7.6-fold, 860% more effect in killing off old cancer cells and old cells in the body, senescent cells. Now, that's massive. That is a massive biohack. Thanks to Paul saying something and getting me thinking about, is there a connection? So you guys sometimes feed me stuff or comments or say things, I've got this or this, say, and sometimes I spin off a video. You see me occasionally, I'll get into in my brain and I'll go, I need to, why am I not understanding this properly? And I'll go down every friggin' rabbit hole I can find to actually investigate it and work out what the hell's happening. Why is it happening? And so at the end of the day, this interaction between you guys and me, you guys are helping me, I'm helping you. We're all helping each other, So, and we're creating a community, and by supporting each other in that way, we end up understanding how things work better, finding out little bits of wisdom here and there and actually fixing things and actually improving things, getting better results, basically. Because ultimately, why we're here to try and basically work out why certain things work and why certain things don't work, and what maybe a few interplaying factors, and then sorting things out so we can actually get the better results for all of us. Pretty much that's my focus of this channel, to sort of blow away all the bullshit and sort of expose the bullshit and sort of come up with better solutions for things. Helps everyone ultimately, even me, so it gives me better insights when something's not working that I've suggested or somebody else has suggested, and then I'm wondering, why isn't it? Or how we can or why is this other interaction happening? And then out of that has come, so out of that interaction between me and Paul has come a better approach to dealing with senolytics, improving senolytics. There's a number of people in our community and on part of my subscriber list that have got active cancers at the moment. These people need this sort of stuff. This is like a gift from God. I actually thank Paul for basically, getting me to go down that pathway. So, and some of you guys also have said things or questioned things about what I've said, and I've gone, do they have a point? Then gone away, done a bit of research to, and sometimes, even though you may not have an exact point, there may be some other nuance that comes out of that, or sometimes it corrects me. And that's a good thing as well, because, none of us are gods. And science is basically, we don't want to actually follow science basically one death at a time, waiting until the expert dies off for somebody else that comes along and re-look at things. No, we want to be basically true citizen scientists who basically always doubt even ourselves and question ourselves, because we don't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. And we always have to question ourselves and work out, what are we missing? And I always find when I ask these questions, I find missing things that I missed. And we all do, so it's really bloody important that we do that. And as a consequence, we get further ahead in our journey of biohacking our bodies and repairing our bodies and getting better. So that's part of it. And so thank you from the bottom of my heart for this interplay that we have with each other. Stefan, why does lactose-free milk still have similar amounts of carbs as the normal one? And what do I mean? They only get rid of the so they get rid of the galactose part. So yeah, I think that's what they do, and don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I think they just get rid of the galactose part. But how does it have the same? Do they put some back? Maybe. Why would you put anything back if you've taken out a bit? Or maybe they take a bit out from the others as well. I don't know. It seems strange. I didn't actually look at it because I haven't looked at the lactose-free one. So you looked at it, so don't know. Probably email the company and find out. It'd be interesting. Yes. I have done that. I have called companies, like with the liposomal stuff. I actually called. It took me weeks before they replied, but when they did reply, they told me it was 25 nanometers, which is really small, which is perfect for great absorption when people have got malabsorption issues, or they've had like structural changes, like they've had gastric bypass and all that sort of shit, where they've remodeled their stomach sort of stuff and gut. And then you need to basically use these liposomes to get basically certain types of micronutrients into those people, because otherwise they end up deficient. Great medical system, remodeling somebody's gut as a solution to lose weight. What can one say? Crazy, the medical system. Crazy. Yeah, so no idea. Yeah, probably do. For taste. Yeah, you're probably right, Bjorn. You're probably bloody right. Yeah. That's probably the real reason. Yeah, they probably they take out the, either they take the whole lot out or they take out just the galactose part. I suspect they take the whole lot and then they put some back deliberately just to bring maintain the same flavor composition. I wouldn't be surprised, because when you take out the milk sugar to some extent, I think it does become a bit more, a bit more soury. So it doesn't too much soury, but a bit more soury. So maybe that's the reason why they do it. Yeah, don't know. Possibly. It's possibly one explanation. What do some people react with eggs and how to fix it? There's genetics for some people. There's just sheer genetics. Yeah. And some people, it may be just a gut issue. And once you fix it, usually all these issues go away. The majority of people, it's a gut issue. But a small minority, there are genetics. I don't remember the exact genes, but there are genetics. So which category you're in, I don't know. So if you're not the genetic type, which is a very small minority, then it's just a gut issue, which taurine over time will fix up your gut, and then you should have better capacity to tolerate those sort of things without any problems. Oh, well, I'll force myself to drink no water then. Yes, try to cut. I haven't had carb except for, eggs are not a problem, but drank a lot of water. Hopefully can get fat adapted fully soon. Yeah, sometimes going hard and doing like a fast to force your body into a ketogenic fat oxidation stage can really shift you over. And try and minimize hydration. I just minimize it to things like this, or the 2 coffees that I've had. So pretty much 2 coffees and this. That's the water that I put, and that's a low deuterium water. That'll go over there and I'll use it at some stage for another coffee. But that's there. I haven't used it. That's more if my throat gets a bit, talking too much for long hours, gets a bit dry. But now with this, it's not going to get dry. Let's put it that way. Yes. Yep. Spoonie and SIBO. I thought it was an anti-aging compound. It's actually good for the balls. It can increase sperm in the balls. That's the right place for it to be. Increasing ball sperm. And actually, remember the reuteri and the actual rhamnosus, they actually improve spermidine inside your balls to give you more sperm, to make you a super llama. But when it comes to in the gut, it does the opposite. It actually increases gut bacteria. It proliferates. It's has a proliferative effect in the gut. and that's called SIBO. So we don't want that. So that's where we want AMPs to suppress spermidine and histamine. And once histamine and spermidine are down to lower levels and taurine levels are higher, that's when the whole system works properly and the gut microbiome normalizes and finds its own homeostasis where it should be. So beautiful system, the body. When you give it the right stuff, it sort of resets itself perfectly. You know, sort of, it's not magical. It's just basically when you eat species appropriate things, the body starts working the way it should, like any other species that eats its species appropriate diet. Nah, my focus is on getting more sperm. Yes. Bigger balls, more sperm, keep the ladies happy. Bruce Lee, lactose. I don't think the lactose is gone because they still had the lactose enzyme to it. How are you, Bruce Lee? Harry, what is your best test to do to look for CVD, CAC score, angiogram? Angiogram is going to tell you far more, or a full scan where it's actually looking at the heart actually pumping and operating to see whether there's any. So that's a sort of like an MRI type with it, which will look at the heart pumping in real time and see how it's actually functioning, and inside the chambers to see how those functions, how the actual valves are working. So if you want to really look at your heart properly, that's what you need to do. Now, CAC score will tell you, well, I've got calcification problems, so I definitely got some issue. So it gives it away. An angiogram will tell you whether you've got arteries that are basically, have got clogging or stuff like that, or don't have proper blood perfusion and all that. These sort of scans where you do a whole real time, whole heart, and that's what I did the last time. That was back in 2018, and where they looked at the heart. So the valves were fine. There was no calcification on the valves. The valves were fine. There was no, issues. There was proper blood perfusion through the arteries, and the actual heart itself didn't have any fibrotic tissue. So the fibrosis was gone. Zero. No fibrosis. Well, they said no fibrosis. Now, whether it was completely zero, whether there was one speck molecule of fibrosis that the scanner didn't pick up, with the sensitivity of the scanner, they couldn't see anything in terms of fibrosis. And they took like snapshots. They take snapshots and they can rebuild from that snapshots. They can rebuild basically the entire heart actually as it's pumping. They can look at whether the different chambers where there's no remodeling. So that the actual heart is properly structured, the structure of the heart, all looked good. Again, taurine prevents remodeling of the heart. So that's another great thing about taurine. It keeps the heart in its design the way it was from the beginning, the way it was meant by nature, by genetics to work without becoming, hypertrophying or altering in any way. So it's fantastic stuff. That's why I love taurine. It's great for that sort of stuff. So that's the sort of, if you really want to do a really high quality one. Now, a cheapo, obviously CAC is a cheap thing. At least it tells you either I've got a 0 or I've got something. If you've got something, if you've got a 0, pretty much you don't have to really worry. If you've got, anywhere from 100 to 500, then you do have to worry. I'd worry more at that range than I would worry at 1,000. I know it sounds ridiculous, but 1,000 is actually much more safer, much more stable. That means you've got a lot of calcification and it's stable angina. Can't rupture at that level. But when it's below that level, it's less stable and it's more prone to rupture. So yeah, at that stage, I take a different approach. I don't use at all minoquinones. I basically reduce the minoquinones, and I use other methods to try and actually, over time, increase the calcification and stability. And then once the CAC score goes up over 1,000, then I consider decalcification protocol rapid, because that's when I want to reverse things once I've stabilized things. A bit like an injury on the hand, it actually will create this little crusty stuff which is full of calcium and collagen, and that will stabilize that, and it will heal underneath, and then the rest will drop off. It's the same thing. Once it heals underneath, then you can actually get the minoquinone 4, and it's the way when it activates those proteins, those calcium proteins, with a additional hook, they can actually go into soft tissue and take all that calcium away and put it into the bones. At that stage, then I switch the strategy. So that'll be in the protocol when I do the video. So I'm giving you a bit of an eye-opener at this stage. Sorry about asking previous, but wanted to add more. Yeah, I think you actually asked me that before about the blood pressure. I've already answered you that. Yep. Not really sure. I thought it was maybe coffee. You say no coffee, you consume zero coffee, because that usually has an effect in that regard. Yeah. Just salt and meat. Up your taurine, it'll fix it. If you up your taurine, it will fix that problem. So, and how are you taking your blood pressure? Some people go into an office and sometimes have what is called the white coat syndrome. That means when they see a doctor, their blood pressure goes up. And then they go, I have that problem. I have that problem especially when a doctor actually really pisses me off, and my blood pressure can go very high. And then basically when I was with the doctor last time, it was actually in the normal range. But this doctor was a different doctor, this cardiologist, and he was really calm. And I calmed myself down and then did it. And so, yeah, he said, oh, it was very different from the previous time. Well, I said, yeah, he did put a comment, well, we were having an argument, I said, with the guy. And he shouldn't have basically he said, no, he shouldn't have, because, you don't take a blood pressure if somebody's actually agitated. Exactly. It's ridiculous. So, but some people have I can come home and then check, and it's much lower. It's called the white coat syndrome. So I don't know. It's just basically you feel a bit anxious, a bit uncomfortable. You basically feel that, I'm not trying to prove something. And by stressing yourself about trying to prove something, you actually increase your blood pressure. So it just doesn't work. You're supposed to calm yourself down. And your feet's supposed to be on the floor. Your hands are supposed to be on a desk level with your heart, which means basically that you're not, they're not moving. So you're not using force to hold them up, either your hands or your legs. Everything needs to be sort of relaxed, and you basically need 5 minutes to be completely relaxed, no noise, no nothing. That's the protocol, the actual protocol. And then at complete rest, you take a blood pressure measurement. No doctor ever does that. They're talking to you, which they shouldn't. You're talking back, which you shouldn't. And you're actually not ergonomically comfortable to be completely relaxed to get a proper basal reading. And that's the problem. That's why when I do them at home, when I'm really relaxed, they're actually much lower. So again, that's why, is it true? Are you truly having this? Or is it basically the white coat syndrome? I don't know. Could be. Obviously, if you take taurine, it will lower it down, but it'll also calm you. So next time you're at the doctor's, you'll be calmer and potentially have a lower reading because you're calmer. So, take a couple of next time you go to a doctor, take a couple of grams of taurine before you go. 90 minutes before you go to the doctor, take that, and it will calm you down, and you should get a better reading. So, you can't go on one reading. You have to go on multiple readings over a number of months to determine whether there is a real problem or not. So that's the other thing as well. So yeah, I don't think you've got a problem. And stop being a hypochondriac, because it sounds like you are a bit of a hypochondriac as well, AG, from some of the other comments you've made in the past. Chill out, enjoy life. Have another steak. Hard to trust claims about spermidine, given vegans science. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But don't you want a bit of higher sperm count? Don't you want to be a super llama out there? Anyway, before we become too sexual, Angel, cover your ears when I chat with llama, because it will go down the subterraneous in the gutter, that is. Yes. Yeah, they probably do. They probably do add that to break it down, potentially. So I don't know how they're doing it. So they probably are doing it to break down the galactose. So yeah, possibly. How does a carnivore diet get nitric oxide? It's called arginine, and there's plenty of arginine if you eat enough meat. That's how. Now, obviously, we do get some citrulline from the actual diet as well, from animal foods. And we can also supplement citrulline if you're an old geezer and you want a bigger boner. See, everybody's talking about boners today. What is wrong with you people? So yeah, that's sort of my half an hour sort of regiment. Yes, I usually take 2 grams prior to sex for a boner with L-citrulline. Anyway, we'll move on. And yes, there is pretty much arginine. The liver can be a bit of a hog on the arginine side. That's why I use the other method. But yes, there is plenty of arginine to provide you with nitric oxide synthesis in the carnivore diet, because it is primarily either nitrates, which you can actually get in green vegetables. Only in green vegetables, they do increase nitric oxide, the nitrates. And obviously processed meat has nitrates. They can also do it. And regular meat, all animal foods have arginine, which is also the thing that actually the amino acid that actually plays the big role in increasing nitric oxide synthesis. So yeah, and animal foods do also have a bit of some citrulline as well, so that helps as well. So very easy. It's usually on a sad diet on a sad diet where you have the very little meat, very little greens, and you're only getting very little nitric oxide production. So anyway, yes. Anyway, my lights went down. So this happens in the evening because of my circadian. Anyway, I've got all my things going, reducing their blue light, because it is 9:30. I thought I actually set it to 9. Anyway, probably. Anyway, I thought I set it to adjust to 9 o'clock. Because I had it before at 10ish, and then maybe I'll put it to 9:30. I don't know. I'll have to review that again. Yes. Or maybe Windows did update. Did they change the other software that I updated? I don't know. Something's changed. Anyway. Yep, pretty much covered. Yeah, sorry about going on a tangent. While my my blue blocking adjustment is happening at a different time that I thought I adjusted it. But anyway, Harry, will I get expelled and exiled from the community for enjoying a few mushrooms occasionally? Not with me. With Bart, yes. Yes, we will send Ted over to basically cage you, whip you, and do a whole lot of other naughty things to you for at least 1 week. With Lord Edward Yellow, he may request an additional period of length of time. We will try and, take some action to, put a bit of pressure on him. But yes, he will definitely be taking action. Expect a call from Lord Edward Yellow. So yes, not from me. I don't get into these sort of, things. From an anti-nutrient toxin point of view, are there any significant issues with mushrooms? Look, there are a number of anti-nutrients. There's a few anti-nutrients in mushrooms. They're not a plant. They're a fungus. But they do have, it varies between, the stuff that mushrooms have. It varies between them. Some can have number of substances that can have a number of different effects, but it's not a big major deal breaker for me. I mean, yes, compared to regular plants, no. And they do have a few benefits, and some people enjoy them. I don't have a problem. I have my brother makes a mushroom cream sauce occasionally when we have meats together, and I have some. I partake a few mushrooms, and I used to enjoy mushrooms in the past, so I'm not as sort of religiously sort of hostile to them in that regard. So not from me, but Bart definitely thinks they're a piece of shit. And he thinks they're unnecessary. On that I would agree, they are unnecessary. Do they have some medicinal purposes, as medicinal in terms of medicine and stuff like that? Yes, they do. So they could be used for those purposes. So I see plants, and I see even mushrooms, for some of the medicinal values that they have. Do we actually need them as much, when we've got intracellular antioxidants, glutathione, superoxide dismutase, selenium, when we've got a whole lot of other mechanisms like taurine and others that are playing very important regulatory antioxidant and other roles in the body? Do we really need some of these plant compounds? Maybe not. Maybe not. So, yeah, there's question marks on all these things. That's true. There's still a lot of question marks. But do we need it as a food? Nope. We get enough from our diet. Do some people enjoy them? Yes, they do. Even I have to say I do. So, yes. I'll have to call in, make my appointment with Lord Edward Yellow, just so I can be abused for a couple of hours by, I think he does like me a bit more. Maybe he feels a bit threatened due to my, my little Tassie devil. So he doesn't want to push the envelope too much with me, but he definitely will take, let's say, liberties on you, Dave. Expect a phone call. Yes, we're not vegans. We're not vegans, Dave. Don't worry. Yes, I usually tell people where they can stick their carnivore card where the sun doesn't shine. As I said, it's like the old thing, yeah. Whoever is innocent, let him, if whoever is innocent, let him cast the first stone. And it's basically there's not one carnivore that hasn't cheated in his life or whatever else. So none of us are Puritans in the food environment that we are. At the end of the day, whatever we do to ourselves, not to anyone else. We do it to ourselves, So um, we just need to sometimes, if certain things are not working out, take stock and say, maybe I shouldn't be doing one or two of those things that I do, or maybe I should need to cut all my cheats out or minimize my cheats to very little. So, that's up to people to make those choices, those decisions. So, yeah. And that's true as well, Bruce Lee. Exactly. We do. We do. We definitely do. Yes. Yes. That's another avenue that we do create nitric oxide. That's true. Yes. The body has a number of ways of doing it. Nah, just normal gas exchanges. That's all it is. Gas exchanges. Sun lamps. Maybe get some kind of sun lamp. Obviously, of a sucks or sun. Are you talking about vitamin D? I don't know about some lamps. So I prefer going outdoors. I actually enjoy now that I'm working from home currently, because I actually can do long midday walks, so I can actually get quite a bit of sun exposure at this stage. So I haven't been lately taking vitamin D. I've just been exposing myself to more sun. So yeah, I'm still on a bit on the fence on, because sun is a bit different with all the wavelengths and UVA and sort of the infrared sort of stuff. But I do have the red light that I could always use to compensate. Yeah, no, I still have to think about it. I haven't made up my mind on that one yet. On lamps, I don't have one. Don't really know. Yeah, it's just the gas exchanges. That's all it is. What protein intake is needed to reach adequate taurine levels? Depends on the food you're eating, Ryan. Depends on the food you're eating. If you consume things like seafood, you'll get far more than muscle meat, than ruminant animals. And if you get wild animals, you get more because they're not hung up. So it depends whether it's freshly slaughtered or not, the animal, freshly caught, the seafood or not. There's just so many numbers. I will be doing a comprehensive one later to cover all these questions about the levels in foods in much more detailed and nuanced ways. It's just not practical to do it at this moment on the live stream. But yes, expect a video later on to cover this in a more comprehensive way. Also, the amount that we produce in our bodies and the amount we produce and declines over age and reasons behind it and stuff like that. So it will be quite a comprehensive one. Is it true that official data from New Zealand Ministry of Health shows a full jabinated developing acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, with them being 281% more vulnerable? I have not heard anything. I have not heard anything at all. I did get that other one from you that just remembered. What was that other one? That's right, the German one that you actually sent me before. I should put that up. Just forgot all about it. Good that you reminded me. Okay, and share. So this was basically German health insurance company discovers vax side effects are 10 times higher than official reported. German health insurance company discovers vax side effects are 10 times higher than, yep. And the company's BKK provider analyzed data from 10.9 million people insured with BKK. The analysis produced alarming data that proves gross underreporting of COVID vax injuries by Paul Ehrlichen Institute and the German Federal Agency, Medical Regulatory Board and Research Institution, Vaccines and Biomedicines. So, yeah, more of this information is starting to come out. So, if people want to read that, I'll throw that in the comments area. And I was actually looking at another piece of because I'm going to do a video on it. I won't put it on the screen, but there was in terms of, it was in Cell. It's about, was recently, I just haven't got around doing a video on it because I've been doing the other stuff. And it's about the issue of immune imprinting and antigen sort of effects. There's a sort of thing called antigen antibody complex, and that is a big issue in terms of some people are basically have taken the Pfizer stuff like that, have got like a magnified effect of something like a couple of hundred to, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of times more spikes. And it's some sort of derangement in the immune system. Now, most people have looked at this study and going, wow, some people are getting this really bad reaction. The problem is people are not going back and doing a backtrack and realizing some of the pathways what are involved. That's what I'm going to talk about, not specifically this study. I want to go to the background of this study. The study points certain things out, but it misses other things. The reason for these effects is because a lot of these people have probably got a vitamin D deficiency, and that's probably making things worse. So that's for another conversation. So, yeah. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that. I'll look into it. I'm curious to find out. Yeah, and even that other study that was recently in Cell from Stanford University, it actually showed that it's actually not the first one, but the second and booster that actually create a lot of these problems. And that's where it's actually happening, and it's have to do with this sort of antigen antibody complex, this derangement, and that actually, a lot of that actually is properly regulated by vitamin D. So a lot of these people are probably vitamin D deficient. It's playing a role in that. I'd bet good money because the pathways are there in that regard. But yeah, I'll see if I can get a chance next week to do it. Or not. You may have to wait until the following week. Most, probably other people have covered it, but they probably covered it from just the study. Oh, this says this, certain numbers of people having this reaction, but why? Nobody's actually done the why, and the why is the vitamin D deficiency that people are missing out there. But anyway, that's for a video when I get a chance. We'll see how we go with that one. Harry, since 2020, occasionally I got a painful boils that takes a few weeks to heal. 100% carny for the last 3 months. Good. No jabber. Takes 5 to couple of grams of that out this winter. Any thoughts? It seems you're doing the right things, mate. It sometimes just takes a bit of time to basically get everything to work their way through the system. your body's had maybe some derangements. It takes a bit of time to heal and fix things. So don't expect magical things to happen immediately. Just doesn't do that. You got to be patient. Took me 12 years to get where I am here since my cardiovascular days. So took a number of years to turn things around with a lot of biohacks and a lot of patience and doing things sort of, so it doesn't work immediately. Yeah, so because generally if you're on a carnivore diet, you should improve healing. The only other thing that I can think is some people can have an underlying niacin deficiency and may need a bit more niacin. Now, the foods that are higher in niacin are things like pork and, eating more meats general will increase your niacin in that regard. And there is a relationship between thiamine and all that. You don't need shitloads of thiamine, but you do need some. And pork is another good source, and tuna. Probably adding a bit more tuna and pork into your diet will also help a bit. So, but as I said, you got to be a bit patient, and things slowly but surely do sort themselves out. Taurine does help as well. So doing all those, but as I said, you got to be patient a bit, Stan. If it persists, get back to me. If basically you're still in the same sort of boat in three months from now, you've been doing it for 3 months, I would say give the carnivore diet at least six plus months, then get back to me, and we'll review what you're doing. Maybe there's something there that shouldn't be there, or something that sometimes there's certain genetics. We may have to do certain other things to turn those genes off. So I've used all sorts of methods with certain supplementations in high doses to turn genes off, to silence genes, and it usually eliminates certain problems. So, Harry, where is the video on how to do 36 a day diet that Vince did the bodybuilding? Also, shitloads of steaks. Yeah, I haven't got around doing it. That was I made a comment about that earlier, Max, about the old way of priming that the old bodybuilders did, and all this sort of bullshit modern day priming is nothing to do like the traditional bodybuilding priming. So I did want to do a proper one, how they really did it. These guys really knew how to do priming with real foods. So. And I'll actually show old footage as well. So it's it's coming in that regard. Oh, easy. Just swallow them. And remember, you only actually have about 27 to 28% bound of biotin. You will not get a biotin deficiency. None of us in the wild got it. It's bullshit. I've covered that anyway. So pretty much you can swallow them. I've done quite a few. I didn't do 36, I did 24, but I did swallow them. But I'm a smaller frame person, so I don't need to do that high. So yes. Do you want a full analysis? Uh, please. God almighty. Exactly. That's exactly. Thank you, Alex. Yes, band parlors decided to go very technical on us all. It's when it's this amount of temperature, dry as buggery inside. Depends on the temperature, and depends on how the duration, and depends on even the actual cooking device you use. It can all can vary between microwaves and this and that and whatever else. Yeah, she doesn't get them anymore. That's true. Yeah, Kelly Hogan did have boils. Yeah, and she basically eliminated them completely on her. And as I said, to Stan, sort of, he needs to be patient. So these things take time to resolve and clear up in the body. If it persists after 6 months on a carnivore diet, then drop me. Maybe we can do a couple of biohacks here or there. But generally speaking, if he should clear it up like Kelly did. So he just needs to be patient. In most cases, I would assume that it's dry. Yes, yes, yep, yep. All about cooking, all about cooking. G'day, Sarah. You can see the conversation's gone to cooking. They must be hungry or something. They're not feeding themselves enough. Must be that. Raymond. Can't be anything else. Yes. Oops. Upon keto treats, yes. Keto treats. Oh, yes. Actually, that was mine. I actually did some on Friday. I did some lamb chops. They were beautiful. Oh, anyway, getting back to the actual, and right after that, I sort of sat down and it was basically about 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. And I go, I could eat that bacon because I had a whole lot of bacon in the fridge. And I go, oh, F it. Oh, fuck it. I've already said enough swear words. It's not going to make any difference with the monetization. And basically, I cooked some bacon, and that's when I had bacon. Oh, that was nice, actually. And then I actually threw a bit of cheese on that. I grated some cheese on top of the bacon. Decadent, yes. After that, I was satisfied. I was happy. Yeah. Nothing like bacon. It's perfect stuff. Is there a reason why you need to maintain body comp of below 10%? Raymond, is there a real reason for that? I go through phases. I, do a lot of dairy, and then I switch away from it, and then, play around. But I don't get too concerned in that regard, and I think people get way too concerned. None of our ancestors had constantly very low body fat. It's not a healthy thing. You even see the sand people of the Kalahari, the Bushmen. They usually have a bit of subcutaneous fat, and they go through these cycles of being ripped and then actually putting on subcutaneous fat through these cycles, seasonal, because they know they need it. And then you basically lose it, and then you basically put it back on. I think people, if you've got a bit of body fat on, people get far too wound up about it. As long as you're healthy, that's the key thing. Everybody wants to be super ripped. Even our ancestors weren't super ripped. They went through super ripped stages when they didn't have a lot of nutrition, and they were semi-starving or having very low intake of fat. And then they had a bit more subcutaneous fat, and especially when they were engaging the Randall cycle seasonally. So, I think people get too wound up about it, about body composition. It's sort of this modern craze that we've got in the world. You either have to go extreme low carb or extreme vegan to basically get rid of all body fat, or look very thin or emaciated, as if, that's not what our ancestors pursue. Believe me, they don't. It's not the reason. It's the reason why we have big fat stores, much greater fat stores than the chimps, for that capacity to basically have onboard energy. I love stuff. Yeah, look into basically, improving your taurine levels. That should get rid of that sort of stuff. Some other person had something like that, and they sort of increased their taurine levels, and it sort of eliminated that problem completely. And certain types of gut bacteria as well will normalize and seems to be able to handle it better as well. So anyway, I'm jealous of your influence on your father. I'm having no luck with convincing my mother. Breaks my heart. Yeah, look, I think Dad saw me turn around my life and get and improve quite and become stronger, lose weight, look better, become stronger. I mean, I had a big pot belly out here. I was really bad health wise. So I had a big friggin' pot belly that popped out like a pregnant woman. And I was in a really bad state by that stage. And he saw massive change in my body comp. And that convinced him that basically, Harry must be doing something right. Things seem to be improving on all that. And I started pointed out obvious things to him. I was blunt, but my father's blunt as well. He'll say things obviously. If you see something stupid, he'll just basically point it out. And I'm pretty blunt as well, like my father. And so if I see something, I'll tell people, you're just doing this wrong or that or whatever. Now, some people get offended from that. I don't give a shit. Never have. That's my style. But I'll point the obvious if it's ridiculous. I'm not going to pussyfoot around. Pussyfooting around doesn't help anyone. Sometimes you have to be honest with people and tell them in a blunt way whether they are fucking it up. And I pretty much said to Dad, look at yourself, mate. I said, look at your muscles are wasting away. You're in a bed. I said, Dad, you can't keep on eating all this plant matter. I said, why are you doing this? And he said, these people at the Greek community, some of the old ladies were saying, we shouldn't eat so much meat and stuff like that. It's not good for, we age faster and all this sort of the bullshit, that they were hearing. They'd gone to some stupid sort of, they had government sends these stupid sort of nutritionists in with translators and basically tells these old people what they should be eating. Friggin', going in there killing people. That's what it is. The nutritional killing fields. And pretty much, Dad had sort of listened to that sort of stuff. Yeah, it wasn't any, he thought, I just would reduce slightly my meat. He was still eating plants that were basically still grown in his own veggie garden, a lot of them. And, we're not talking about, he was eating a much healthier in terms of some of the stuff that was eating compared to my other sad dieters. But he wasn't getting enough protein anymore, and he was starting to become sarcopenic. And I pointed this out to him, and initially I gave him, like taurine and stuff like that to basically help him along. And then eventually I was able to convince him to eat a bit more meat. He started eating more meat and more meat. And then he started seeing he was getting stronger. And I said, look at you, you're getting stronger and all that. And he goes, yeah, my muscles are coming back. I said, Dad, you're made of meat. What do you expect? I just kept it simple, you don't complicate it for old people. I wasn't going to explain biochemistry to him because he wouldn't understand. He'd tell me to take a hike. But I just told him in simple terms, look, you're made of meat. You need to eat meat. These sort of things, just kept it simple. And he basically really got himself sorted really well. So, yeah, incredible. Raymond wants to get ripped. That's fair enough. That's your aim. You want to get ripped for summer. Why not? Good luck to you. I'm not going to argue with you, Raymond. Go for it. But don't make it a goal that, you know, sometimes we go into these crazy modes and stuff like that. So, you know, don't go extreme is what I'm saying. It's not very healthy long term. Yeah, but it's sometimes you just have to have an honest conversation with your mum and point out the obvious deficiencies she has. You need to be blunt. I know sometimes out of respect for our parents or out of we feel uncomfortable, especially with our mothers and stuff like that. I've been there. I know what my mother was like. Didn't really like criticism, even though I gave her quite a bit sometimes. She would stop talking to me for a couple of days when I did. So now, I mean, she's passed away, but you know, when she was alive. So I know exactly dads will listen more than mums. Mums are far more stubborn, I found, from my own personal experience. My mum was quite stubborn and wouldn't listen either. So she probably would have been alive if she listened. But yeah. But back then I was pretty much an ignoramus as well when it came to dietary things, so I probably couldn't help her anyway. But you know, by my father's stage, yeah, and he's more receptive. But I also was blunt, quite blunt and clear about what he was doing to himself. So I didn't pussyfoot around. There's no value, and I think even older people, they respect more when you come out and bluntly point out the obvious. You don't need to be critical. That doesn't work. That's when they put a defensive face on. But you need to be blunt about the division. Look at yourself. Look at your state. You've got this, and this problem. What you're doing isn't working. You need to basically consider something else. Look what I'm doing and look how I'm getting better. Just blunt. Make it obvious and blunt. And leave it at that. And eventually at some point it'll click and she'll be inquisitive. Let me try something. Well, what can I try? And then you can say, well, try this. And it's small steps sometimes, and eventually they shift. And they start seeing changes in composition and benefits. They start getting stronger. They feel better. They go, shit, he's onto something. And then they want more of it because they're old, they're frail, they are worried about mortality, and then they see that they're feeling much better and stronger and all that. They want more, I can tell you. You know, most people, even at the end of life, want more life and better quality life. So once they see those little improvements, and that's where I was a bit cunning. I threw the leucine and I threw the, you know, obviously, you know, there's always the low blood pressure issue with taurine. You have to be very careful. Dad didn't take any medications, so I didn't have to worry. And the taurine and all that, because of the mild myostatin inhibition and the amino transporting effect, which brings in more aminos with the leucine, adding more muscle protein synthesis. And Bob's your uncle, getting more muscular. And Dad goes, if I add more, I'll even become stronger. Yes, you will, Dad. Pat him on the back. Yes, you will, Dad. If you add more meat, you will become stronger. And basically, over time, shifted. It's not, you know, so yeah, that's how I would approach your mother. But I can't tell you what to do. I can only tell you what I did with my dad and suggestions of how to approach it. But don't be abusive. You know, that doesn't work. Don't be pushy. That doesn't work. Don't be critical. That doesn't work. Most people don't like to be lectured at. But be blunt about the obvious deficiencies. Mum, look at yourself. You can't even get out of a seat properly or this. You need to address this before you become too frail and too damaged. You know, point out the obvious. You know, force her to basically confront the real issues, not to hide from them. Most people like to hide from things. You know, when you point out the blunt, obvious, like I said to Dad, look at your muscles. I just touched him and I said, look, you've lost massive amount of muscle mass. I said, that's not good, Dad. You know, you won't have enough strength to get out of a chair soon, and you'll be struggling to be able to lift things. So I was blunt about it, completely blunt. not critical, but blunt about his state of affairs, the way his body was. So that's a very different approach. And, it usually basically that the person starts thinking, going, oh shit, I'm not in, people are observing that I'm not in a good state. What can I do? That's when they start asking for help. Anyway, Terry Kiefer increases lactic cells in testes. Yes, it does. It was in rat studies. So does a number of the strains of rhamnosus does as well. In that regard as well, yes, it does. More sperm, more testosterone, more sperm. Yes. So yes, more sperm, exactly. Yes, more sperm for the ladies, exactly. Yes, he'll be an explosive sperm machine. Can't help myself. I know. I'm a bad boy. Carrying them around in a wheelbarrow. God. Shelley, how are you? And Lukey as well. G'day. I'm just looking over there. God. Yes, I'm carrying on, as obviously I can't help myself. Yes, I've probably scared the other women away as well. Next, quality heavy duty. Yes, exactly. Jack straps. See what I have to put up with, Dave? Constantly. Harry, your dad is in his 80s, building his muscles and showing them off to the old girls. Exactly. His powerful motivation for me. Haha. I can see the future. Exactly. No, he actually does. He actually does that sort of thing with the actual women. He's friggin' hell. I go, Dad. He goes, well, why not? Or this other young Chinese lady at this coffee shop said, he said to him, actually kissed him on the forehead. I don't know why, but anyway, said, what a nice old gentleman he is. And I'm going, yeah. and basically said, oh, you look so well for your age and so fit and all that sort of stuff. And I go, yeah, careful, you don't get too close. He's a randy old goat. Anyway, Harry, your rants about citizen science got me this fully fluffy rainbows emotional, and also thank you for keeping the curiosity burning. Look, we've always got to be curious and always questioning things. There's always little things like, with the coffee thing and with taurine and and certain other interactions. There's always little things. I'm always discovering these little things, and I like to share them with you guys, and also knowing and also, look, it comes back to you guys as well, because you're asking me stuff, and you're challenging me with certain things and saying, look, I had this effect, and I'm going, I wonder what the mechanism is, because I'm always curious. I'm a very curious person. Yes, at some case, this pussy's going to be taken out by his excess curiosity. But anyway, yeah, I am very curious, and I do like. I think that a lot of problems with today's academia is they've lost their curiosity. They've lost their inquiry. They really basically are driven by the bean counters, management, and stuff like that. And they've really lost their curiosity. And that's where a lot of it's, lost the inquisitiveness to try and understand how things work. I mean, why become a scientist if you don't really want to know how things really, really work? I don't get it. I just don't get it. How could you? I mean, the core part of science is to understand how nature works, how things around us work. Why would you go into the field and then compromise yourself? It's just what a waste of a life, in my personal opinion. Fluffy rainbows, what a waste of life for these people. That's all I can say. And Bart's talked about how some of them, just to get tenure, how to get their name in lights and all that, how they cheat. They actually literally deliberately do, dishonest things that can't be replicated. And that's why a lot of that science cut 95% as the ex-New England Journal of Medicine head of the editorial on that magazine pretty much said, yeah, well, you can't replicate the stuff. Not a problem. So he's gone. And hit the like button. Oh, thanks, mate. Yes, very colourful and creative on Alex's side. Anyway, guys, it's 4 hours and I'm going to have to pull the pin at this part. Are you familiar with John Kiefer Ennie's knit carb backloading protocol? It's probably a load of bollocks. No, I'm not, and I don't give a shit. It's probably just garbage and excrement. Humans never did carb loading or anything like that. There is no requirement. It's just nonsense. Our bodies, if they get enough protein, they can actually function properly. And it's usually a lack of insufficient protein that causes a number of issues, and not enough taurine to regulate most of the other things that people start getting certain strange, because they're not eating ancestrally. They don't understand the ancestral way of eating fresh meat and getting enough of these nutrients. And the way we actually process things nowadays has changed that profile, in particular when it comes to taurine, much lower levels than what there were in the past. And the consumption of taurine is much lower than in the past. Well, generally protein is to a large extent. And that's why a lot of people are having a lot of these issues and not sorting things out. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's just BS. And these people just mask the problem. So they put in a bit of carbs and they correct electrolytes, or they feel certain things, but in regards to just masking an underlying problem that they never resolved. So none of that. I've actually shown that muscle protein synthesis doesn't require any carbs whatsoever, even in a fasted state. I've done a video called Leucine. Just Google it, Leucine Harry Serpanos, and you'll see that muscle protein synthesis is all driven by leucine. The more protein you eat, the bigger the muscles you have, like the old bodybuilders, steak and eggs diet. You don't need carbs like there's all these fucking idiots, modern day idiots, but bunch of buffoons that have got no understanding of human physiology or anything. They're just reductionist quacks, as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't waste my energy. I wouldn't even waste my piss on them if they were on fire. They're just full of excrement and garbage, Ryan. Don't waste your time. That's very concentrated live this time. Plenty of questions. Thanks you so much, Harry. Not a problem. You're welcome, mate. And we're definitely going to pull the pin. What was this one? On the Dr. Bean Tube channel, he reviews Swedish study that shows in vitro jab actually modified. Yeah, I know it's an in vitro study, so we can't take too much away. The body does have certain mechanisms to prevent that thing happening in vivo. It is concerning. Don't get me wrong, it is concerning, but we do need to keep in mind that it is in vitro study and not an in vivo study. In vivo study, there are mechanisms that can actually prevent this from happening, because viruses can do this as well, and your own body can actually prevent this. And also some of these sort of things, when it does happen, it's usually, again, when we look back, the vitamin D issue in terms of derangement in regulation. But this was in vitro, so I haven't seen an in vivo study. So until I see an in vivo study, even in an animal model, a human type cross type animal model, where they're using some of this, then it'd be very concerning. But I haven't seen anything like it. So, and you can do it. Basically, you can actually get chimps and do it on chimps to see whether this happens in vivo. So much closer genetics. And if it happens in vivo in them, then you have to look at, you have to play out the, to see what really happens over the course of a couple of years to that chimp to understand it properly. But it is concerning. We should have never used any of this bullshit. These mRNA viral vector DNA types, they should have never been used. We should have stuck to traditional methods that we've always used, that we know are fairly safe and don't have these problems with corona viruses. And we should only have used these ones in the most frail and old that had issues, and not in the general public. Most people do not need. They can get natural immunity and survive quite well. All they need to do is boost their vitamin D status and give them ivermectin when they got into hospital to basically reduce the viral load. And most of these issues would have not really become an issue. So I think it's, yes, politicians put profits before people, something completely and utterly negligent on their part. How the heck is mineral water lower in deuterium than well soil water? I've already explained this multiple times. You're not paying attention, Llama. You've basically got those earpieces on and you're not paying attention. Fractionation of water. Remember, higher elevations, you get more UV radiation, which reduces the amount of deuterium. The higher the alpine water, the lower the deuterium. Water from rainwater is the lowest because it is highly reduced in deuterium due to UV radiation from very high elevations from the clouds. And so that's why it's light water. We call it light water, rainwater. It's the lowest in deuterium. Heavy water is deuterium, heavy water. So, and then in well and soil, is it from rainwater? Is it from river water? Is it from alpine water? What's the source of the water in those wells or that are there? So if it's from rainwater wells, that's going to be low in deuterium. If it's alpine, it's going to be the next best thing, especially the higher the elevation. And if it's basically from other sort of sources, then it's not going to be as good. So it really depends. Most desert water is lower in deuterium, even though it's in low elevation, because it's mostly rainwater that has actually gone through into these lower areas. So it depends in that regard. So there are variations in that regard. So I'll leave it at that. I'm going to go right to the end where Shelley is. I'd rather listen to people who have really been through it. Yes, it was fun. Let's put it that way. I've been through a couple of things, and it was been great fun. I think the most fun thing that I ever had was oxalate dumping. Not. That was extremely fun. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Doctors, here's a pill. Mask the issue. Don't worry about the cause. Pretty much, yes. Or it's again the naturopaths as well. Take a supplement. Take a mega dose of a supplement. It'll sort it out or mask it. Yeah. It's sort of it's a bit like that with a number of things. So yeah. You're welcome, Shelley. Good to see you here. And I will bid everyone good night and thanks for your support and being here. You guys make it happen, and I appreciate all your time. So take care, and I will see you lovely people next week. And I was actually that's right, Wednesday. early in the morning on Wednesday for Bart K's birthday bash. So I'll be there. I won't be able to stay for very long because I've got a training thing that comes right after that I have to go to. I'll only be there for about 2 hours, and then I'm off to the training thing. And then after that, I've bloody got I have to go to a conference. So that's for surveying and spatial science. So that's, yes, hopefully that's going to be interesting. It's going to be new technologies and new things that are going to be discussed. So that will be interesting. So that will keep me busy on that day, definitely. So, yeah. Had Bart warned me earlier, I could have rescheduled some of this sort of stuff. Now I've locked myself in. I would have liked to stay on a bit longer and had a bit of banter with him, but anyway, shit happens. It is a day. It is a weekday. It's a a job. It's a job day, but it's actually a job day that I'm not going to hardly do any work. It's just going to be full blown training, then the conference, and then basically after that, I just sign off right after. So, yeah, so it's just basically, and then back to work on the Thursday, pretty much. So, yeah, that'll keep you busy. So, yeah, I would have loved to stay longer. God, actually, I should contact Jim, see if he can reschedule it. I'll see what I can do. I'm not 100% sure, because if the trainer has been contacted for those dates, then I'm locked in. But if they can reschedule it, I'd love that. Anyway, thanks, guys. See you all, and take care, and be nice to each other, helpful and useful, because unfortunately there's a lot of deadbeats out there and a lot of people that are useless even to themselves, let alone to others. So be useful to each other, be useful to your family, and be useful to your loved ones. Be the best you can be. And for the men out there, step up, be leaders, be strong men, not little boys. Anyway, take care. See yous, and I will see you guys next week. And some of you people, I will see you at Bart's. He may have something this week. I may end up. I know I'm going to be on the following week on his thing, but if he has anything and drags me in, because there was one or two things, I'll see whether he's interested. We'll see. May not happen. Anyway, see you guys. Oops. Get the mouse back here. End the damn thing.